Morning. Okay. Sorry, having a bit of a technical issue. All right. Who all is here? Okay. Why is this? Are you guys getting echo? No echo. Strange. Okay. Good. Something strange going on my end. Julia Rock, Trust the Mad Hatter. The crew is relentless. Yes, they are. Sad Mafioso. Glad you could join us, Trust. Green Bastard. Nova Scotia Citizen's got some article. Good. Check it out. Alex McLean. Morning. About the Fitbit. Yes. All the science they need somebody to come in and testify to that. All one has to do is ask for that. Christiana. Ask for it. Right. Pioneer. Good morning, Christiana, with the sunflower things. Nosy Scotian, Glow Watcher. Trish Lunn. Morning. Freckles. How was yesterday's work? Good. Chris Lee. Brenda. DVD, no. Morning, DVD. Morning, Kelly Blair. How you doing? Prayers. Chiang Love. Brickleberry. Morning, Brickle. Jamie. Nova Scotia born. Fasten your seatbelt for good fun. Blue Nose. Trish Lunn. Pretty early there. It's the same time, I think, every time. Oh, I'm just being a smartass. Oh, dear. Nicole. Great hacked. Oh, yeah. Well, I wear it in honor of dirt bags. Yeah. Not saying anything, of course. Nikki Lewis. Anita. Grampy's Garage. Sharon. Hope you're doing well, Sharon. Latest doc. Okay. Missing. Uh-oh. Did it get pulled down? Oh, dear. I don't know if I got that one. Oh, cigarette's not here. Not good. Better make sure I've got this all lined up. Screen share. All right. Com number 002931. Members report authored by Curtis Kaka. Renotification report Beaton and O'Brien. It could be an internal family thing that was asked to be removed. It's possible. Went missing early this morning. I don't know. It could have been a family thing. Yeah, surveillance video needs to be addressed in a severe way. All right, so we got that all lined up, right? Audio good. Okay. One moment. Oh, fuck. Truth and all. How's it going? Brown pack cigarettes. MU. Good morning. So what participant submissions are going to happen today? Curious. See if lawyers will start speaking up a little bit more. Are we still at 1,040 documents? Or 1,041? There was one that, what was it? The TikTok passed that along. What the hell was it? Three pages seems to be missing from MCC site. Thank you. Oh dear, always on top of everything. No, wasn't over here. Oh gosh, I'm just tired of all the tech. I don't know how you guys stand it. It's just bollocks. Not now, 100, what? I don't care, whatever that is. The tweeters. The tweeters. Tweeters. The tweeters? Oh God, whatever. Anyways, I think these clowns are going to be coming around. I love doing this weird scroll thing. That's awesome. I think I need a new computer. My computer's had a biscuit. Well, it's getting there. Got to build a new one. Aletta, Strickland, MH. I haven't built an entirely new system for. I'd like to build them myself. That would be 2 years, maybe. 2 years, I think. Yeah. I have a bad track record with computers and coffee. And other assorted beverages from before. Work was okay yesterday, popping in every once in a while. During. Okay. Are you watching TV in there? Is that why you turned on the TV? How can all 2.7 pounds of you turn on TVs? I don't know. So we got a couple of, to me, I thought stories yesterday that were a bit diaperish. Again, avoiding topics like, well, I don't know, you're not talking about anything. What do you guys think? And it was not my understanding equally that Wiley was the officer. I did know that there was an officer that was visiting for quite some time down in Port Pick. It's not Wiley. Interesting. Thoughts, anyone? So I think if they start to go off into the blah, blah, if we can start just doling out the questions with all the great research that that you all have done over on the Discord, that would be great. Just keep them, on point. 1819. Let's keep them on point.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes.
It's a waste of our time yesterday. Oh, well, no, it's trying to do its thing because then they push it in the media and then everybody thinks there's no problem, right? But they know that, of course. As you so eloquently say. Linda, good morning. Chris Lambie was all right. Samuelson saw a grenade. Samuelson's been silent. Whatever. Let's see where his statement is. Let's see where his RCMP statements are. Federal ones down in the United States. hoofbeats soon. Let's make sure we got all that lined up here. Why is that? There we go. I don't believe I'd be highly skeptical if she will appear. Highly skeptical. Sandy, morning. Hoofbeats. That's ad hominem attacks, though they are humorous. God will judge at the end of the day. Judge us all. Strawberry. What's Discord? What's Discord? Oh, no. Well, there's been a group of people working away very hard in the background since the inception. Many people in the chat here are part of the Discord. It's been closed for a long time, but it's where a lot of evidence and things are amalgamated. I don't even have any clue how much stuff is in there, but there's a lot. I'm surprised nobody's come along and tried to take it down, but I think they're happy just being in there with the glow. So, you know.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Chief Commissioner Mike McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Good morning and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Today, like every day of this inquiry, we begin by remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Yesterday, public proceedings focused on information and issues related to firearms. Commission Council shared presentations about the foundational document concerning firearms and another 2 presentations summarizing Commissioned reports about the history and sociology of guns in Canada and beyond. We also heard from technical witness Benjamin Sampson, a firearms scientist. Yesterday was a good example of our broader approach to proceedings as we continue to investigate what happened alongside exploring how and why it happened. All this information is vital and will help shape the findings and recommendations of our final report. Today, we'll hear from the witness Corps Sergeant Major Alan McCambridge, who will talk about the procurement, life cycle, and destruction or disposition of uniforms, building on the discussions and presentations you will recall that we had last week. We will also hold time today to hear participant submissions. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Rachel Young to begin today's first presentation. Ms. Young, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners, participants, people of Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond. My name is Rachel Young. I'm Senior Commission Counsel. Corps Sergeant Major Alan McCambridge will be testifying today on the topic of police paraphernalia. He was not available to testify last week when you heard other evidence on this topic, but the transcript of his commission interview was filed on April 25th as Exhibit 1029. I won't go back over the same ground with him that was discussed in that interview, but I will ask him further questions that arose during that interview about his involvement in RCMP policy changes related to uniforms since the events of April 2020. You have heard that the RCMP has authenticated the pants and shirts worn by the perpetrator during the events as being RCMP-issued uniform items. And for your reference, that was in the Police Paraphernalia Foundational document Exhibit 808, filed on April 25th at paragraphs 31 and 34. I will be asking this witness about genuine rather than imitation RCMP uniforms. And by uniforms, I mean clothing and equipment, and we're not talking about firearms with CSM McCambridge. If the witness could come in now, please. Madam Registrar, I understand that Corps Sergeant Major Alan McCambridge wishes to be sworn.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do swear.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can the witness sit, commissioners?
Absolutely.
As
Thank
you wish, you consider stand, whatever's more comfortable. And I understand your rank is Corps Sergeant Major in the RCMP.
That is correct, since 2016.
Can you please explain for those of us not familiar with that rank, what it means, what it is?
Corps Sergeant Major of the RCMP is one person. It's an appointment by the commissioner. It is the most senior NCO position within the RCMP regular member ranks.
And can you explain what your various roles are?
As the Corps Sergeant Major, I have a number of functions. I report directly to the Commissioner Lucky. And in that, working in the Commissioner's suite, I've delegated tasks, tradition, culture, uniform and dress, grooming standards. I also assist with regards to ceremonies and as well in my mandate for operational primacy, mentorship, and mental health.
And I understand you have a liaison role between the commissioned officers, who are the ranks above you, and the other non-commissioned officers who are all below you in the RCMP hierarchy. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's approximately 25 warrant officers within the RCMP, staff sergeant majors or sergeant majors. And what we are, the best way to, I guess, articulate that would be is if you think of an hourglass, we're the center of the hourglass. So when we're in the presence of senior management, we speak from the information or the ground truth from the constables or the municipal employees at the ground level. And then when we're with the ground level at the front lines, then we'll speak and communicate on behalf of the commissioner or senior management or the commanding officers.
Can you also please explain what a warrant officer is and how many there are in Canada?
So the warrant officers are selected through a process. They're recommended by the commanding officers of the province or territory that they serve in, but the appointment is done by the Commissioner Lucky. The warrant officers themselves are the rank of a staff sergeant major, a sergeant major, and the corps sergeant major.
I understand you're also part of a group that deals with critically injured and fallen members.
Yes, one of the functions is the overseeing the critical injured fallen members guide, which assists commanding officers throughout the RCMP in response to either a line of duty death, an on-duty death, or an off-duty death, or a critically injured member or employee.
And in connection with these events, I understand there was some involvement between that group and discussions about member Heidi Stevenson, who passed away during the events.
That is correct. Since the incidents in Portapique in 2020, I've been involved with a command team through H Division, which is the RCMP in Nova Scotia, with respect to the process for providing support to Heidi's family, as well as the support to the members and employees of the RCMP within H Division and the RCMP in total, with regards to potential regimental funerals, or in this case, a regimental memorial for Heidi Stevenson, which will be held on June 29th of this year.
Specifically, what is your role with respect to RCMP uniforms?
So with regards to the RCMP uniforms, under the Uniform and Dress Manual, Chapter 1, that falls under my purview, and that deals with dress and grooming standards with regards to the uniform.
Commissioners, I would like to file the Uniform Dress Manual, Chapter 1 as an exhibit for the benefit of the participants. That's COM number COMM 0040039. And CSM McCambridge, I understand, so that policy that was just filed, is that, do we have an exhibit number, Madam Registrar?
That's Exhibit 2126.
Thank you. That was the policy from 2019, so that would have been the policy in effect in April 2020, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And the policy has been revised since the events, and I understand it was just revised and finalized April 22nd, 2022?
That is correct.
And so that's just been provided to the commission, so that will be disclosed and filed at a later date. Okay. And can you, just because the participants haven't had a chance to see that yet, can you describe what the most important changes are to that Chapter 1?
Yes, ma'am. So with regards to the Uniform and Dress Manual, Part 1, it allows and provides members with direction on when and where and how they wear their uniform. Specifically, Part 1.6 deals with the wearing of the uniform post-retirement, should be retired, or if they resigned before 20 years of service. So we made a change where in the past, a member could apply with 5 or 6 years service to make a request to continue to retain their red serge, their ceremonial uniform, which is the Stetson, the red serge, the strip Sam Brown, which is the leather, the breeks, and the high brown boots. We changed and removed that portion, but we still allow for someone that has a medical discharge prior to 20 years, which is the retirement age or service, that they can make an application to the commanding officer, and if found to be of good conduct, they can be approved to continue to have in their possession their ceremonial uniform, not any of their service order uniform, but their ceremonial uniform.
When you say service order uniform, is that the same thing as a general duty uniform?
That's correct. So that is what you normally see in an operational function. The ceremonial uniform, if I may, is the Stetson, the red serge, or the soft cap for the officers, the strip Sam Brown, or the full Sam Brown, which would have their intervention option if they're a regular member serving, their breeches, and their high browns. It may also include what we call out is, or what we call a walking out order. So it would be for ceremonies such as award ceremonies at Rideau Hall, or for an evening event or an officer's mess kit. Those are ceremonial. The service order uniform is the uniform that the members would wear while performing general duty tasks in an operational capacity. So that would be their hat, toque or fur hat, would be their shirt, their long blue pants with the yellow stripe, their boots, their duty belt, which would have their intervention options, as well as, depending on the time of year, the type of jacket that they would be wearing, either a sweater, a fleece, a patrol jacket, or an inclement heavy storm coat.
The service order uniform shirt, is that the short sleeve beige shirt, or that would be a summer option?
That's the summer option, but we had the long sleeve shirt in the past. There was a time that in April and in October, we would switch from long sleeve shirts to short sleeve. We've taken that away because of the UV protection. So now we allow members to wear the long sleeve shirt throughout the year, and a short sleeve shirt can be worn with your service order at any time of year.
I want to make sure we understand all the terminology you've used. When you say intervention option on a belt, what does that mean?
So the intervention options for the duty belt would be my pistol, my magazines, my OC spray, my baton, my handcuffs, my naloxone pouch, and at some point, for myself personally, I'll carry a folding knife that has a seatbelt cutter, as well as a punch for glass for windows.
When you say OC spray, what does that stand for?
That's your, it's the most commonly referred to as pepper spray, and it's one of our use of force options.
We've also heard the term review order referring to a level of dress. What is that?
That is the internal term for ceremonial.
So that means the red surge and so on as well?
Yes, that would be the iconic image of the RCMP in the musical ride or in functions on parade.
It is the intention of Commission Council to file all of the relevant portions of the Uniform Dress Manual at a later stage with all the RCMP policies that are relevant, but I just want to draw another portion of that Uniform Dress Manual to your attention today and file that, which is Uniform Dress Manual Chapter 4, which is called Clothing and Kit. And for the benefit of the participants, that's COMM 0040037. What is that?
The Uniform and Dress Manual has various parts in it. I'm responsible and have oversight with regards to the Uniform and Dress Manual Part 1, which is the grooming. However, the other parts fall under the Uniform and Equipment Program, and the clothing and kit would be outlining what issue uniform clothing is available to the operational member and what equipment is available and how they would acquire it.
Madam Registrar, could that document please be marked as the next exhibit?
2127.
Whose responsibility is it to keep Chapter 4 updated and also to make sure it's being complied with?
That would be the Uniform and Equipment Program Manager.
Is that Steve Carroll?
Yes, that's correct.
And his transcript of his commission interview was filed on April 25th. That's exhibit number 1028. So how is Chapter 1 different from Chapter 4? Why does it have different people responsible for it?
Since 149 years ago, when the Sergeant Majors were part of the formation of the RCMP, the Sergeant Majors have been involved in the uniform and dress discipline and training. So from that, the legacy has continued on to present day.
And just for the benefit of the participants, they will see that Chapter 4 has a number of appendices. I'm not going to file those now. They're to do with particular uniform items, but they can be filed in due course. In the witness interview you had with a commission investigator and me on January 10th, 2022, you told us about a working group called Uniforms and IP, meaning intellectual property. I understand you told us this group met as needed before the events, but that you started regular meetings as the chair after the events. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the mandate of that working group?
The working group was a group of warrant officers that I have influenced that had previous exposure to intellectual property investigations or inquiries. And then based upon the incidents here before us today, that I brought, again, other areas of expertise and subject matter experience from legal, Uniform Equipment Program, our Chief Human Resources Officer that would deal with resignation, retirement, just to bring everyone together so that we could look at what we had currently in our policies and what we could do better in anticipation of potentially testifying today.
And was Steve Carroll part of that working group?
Yes, he was.
Why is it part of the Corps Sergeant Major's responsibilities to be thinking about uniforms and equipment? You did tell us it was part of a tradition, I think.
Part of tradition, but under the Uniform and Dress Manual, Part 1, the grooming and standards, does fall under the warrant officer's preview. So this is something that the warrant officers, even in their divisions, would ensure compliance with regards to the wearing of the uniform and the type. But with regards to this working group, it was a proactive effort on my part.
And why did you strike the group at that time?
We had dealt with the one-offs in the past. So if we had an issue dealing with intellectual property where items or the uniform or the image was being used, that was maybe not in through the Mounted Police Foundation, which is our intellectual property oversight. There may be items of uniforms that are on eBay or items that were in sale in commercial enterprises, and we would address them on a one-on-one basis. But based upon the incident that's before us today, this required, I think, more of a concerted effort to ensure that our disposal upon retirement or resignation was solid. And then as well as looking at any other potential legal options to recover items that were already out in the public domain, and as well to see if there was an interest on behalf of the Government of Canada with other government agencies to maybe coordinate a process that would prohibit individuals from purchasing or wearing uniforms of either the military, CBSA, Correction Services Canada, or the RCMP.
Why are the intellectual property experts a part of that working group?
This is pretty much their mandate with regards to the wearing of, or pardon me, the use of the forced image or the uniform or any of the badges or crests.
What are the processes for changing RCMP insignia, whether service order or review order?
So with regards to the service order, the wearing of what you would normally see in a police car, the uniform member that would get out of the police car, would fall under the authority of the Commissioner of the RCMP. Any changes to our ceremonial or our review order requires ministerial approval under Section 27 of the RCMP Act.
Can you give us a couple of examples of when that's happened?
So in the 90s, when we changed our policy to allow the wearing for Sikh members of the turban instead of the Stetson, that's one example. We've also looked at the hijab with regards to the wearing underneath the Stetson as two examples.
The Uniforms and IP Working Group met from May 26, 2020, so about a month after the events, until January 20th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct. We've approximately had 17 meetings in total.
The minutes of that working group, commissioners, have been disclosed to the participants, and I won't bring them up on screen, but I would like to file them as exhibits to put them before you. So I'm afraid it's rather tedious because the document ID numbers are not chronological, so I need to read them out. Madam Registrar, may I please electronically file as exhibits the following minutes of the RCMP Uniforms and IP Working Group? The first meeting, May 26, 2020, is COMM 00566122.
That's exhibit 2128.
The next one is June 9th, 2020, COMM 056123.
2129.
And just an administrative note, CSM McCambridge drew to my attention last night that there's a typo on page 1 of those June 9th minutes that incorrectly referred to the previous meeting as being on May 29th and not 26th. Is that correct, CSM McCambridge?
That's correct, ma'am.
The next meeting was June 23rd, 2020, and that's COMM 056124.
2130.
July 7th meeting was COMM 00562125.
2131.
July 23rd, 2020, COMM 005621.
2132.
September 4th, 2020 was the next meeting, COMM 00562126.
2133.
October 30th, 2020, COMM 056127.
2134,
December 8th, 2020, there was a meeting, and that is COM number COMM 056128.
2135.
We have 6 more. We're almost there. The next meeting was January 27th, 2021, COMM 0056129.
2136,
February 26th, 2021 meeting is COMM 0056120.
2127,
March 23rd, 2021 meeting minutes are COMM 00560, sorry, 0056130.
2138,
May 27th, 2021, the meeting minutes are COMM 0056132.
2139,
And lastly, June 24th, 2021, there is a meeting and the COM number is COMM 056133.
2140.
Commissioners, it came to my attention yesterday that there are 3 sets of minutes that have not been produced, and those were for meetings on May 25th, 2021, December 16th, 2021, and January 20th, 2022. The Attorney General of Canada is in the course of producing those to us now. We received informal copies this morning. We will get them produced, disclosed, and filed in due course as soon as possible. CSM McCambridge, I won't take you through the minutes of each meeting, but I would like to ask you about 5 main themes that the working group discussed. So you've touched on some of them already. So those are first, RCMP uniforms that were found to be for sale in the public domain. Second is the tracking and replacement of uniforms during the course of a member's career. Third is how to deal with the uniforms of retiring and resigning members. Fourth is the policies on the destruction of uniforms. And fifth was what to do about uniforms that may be in the possession of next of kin of members. So turning to the first issue, the RCMP uniforms items that were for sale in the public domain, why was this issue on the agenda?
We've had, commissioners, we've had in the past where we've had to go and actually purchase an item from a store because they weren't going to give it back to us, even though it was verified as an RCMP piece of clothing. And it was a hat, a uniform service order hat, the soft felt hat. So to retrieve that, because anything that would be service order related, we've taken a hard stance to recover at all possible means, that legally that we have options to do so, to ensure that we are preventing the impersonation of a police officer under the criminal code.
How would this kind of thing typically come to your attention?
Often it'll come through members that see it displayed, or if it's on eBay, some people will advertise items of clothing that are alleged to be authentic RCMP equipment. And at that point, when I receive that information, I pass it on to our intellectual property branch, who would then try and track down and have it removed from the website. Or if it's being used in a commercial capacity, one of the warrant officers or the detachment commander will actually attend the facility to validate if it is authentic RCMP, and then enter into discussions to have it removed from sale.
Have there been issues with the use of uniforms in the entertainment industry?
There has.
Can you just explain that a bit, please?
There has in the past, to my understanding, in the province of Ontario, where replicas of the RCMP uniform have been made for a legitimate and authorized production. Immediate production have then found their way into storage and then resurfaced in an event that was not sanctioned or approved by the RCMP, but yet actors were in those uniforms and purporting themselves or positioning themselves as props for a media event. So we intervened at that point.
So I understand that happened with the show Due North, for example.
They were authorized uniforms for that production that were approved, but then the storage and the retrieval was missed. There was a gap, and they ended up in the public domain, and that's when we learned of that, we retrieved them.
So did the working group talk about how to tighten that up in future?
As best that we can. Any requests for production, whether it's to use or to have a scene in a movie production, if I may use that as an example, to have an RCMP vehicle or a member in patrol come into a scene, that has to go through the Mounted Police Foundation for approval. Or if it's literature, in the same token, if someone wishes to write a book referencing the RCMP and using the images within the RCMP, the Mounted Police Foundation oversees our intellectual property.
So permission would be required for that?
That is correct.
So what can you do about it if you find a red search jacket for store? You mentioned that one option would be to simply purchase it to take it off the market. Are there any other legal tools available at this point in time?
So with regards to the ceremonial uniform, there's a lighter, it depends on what the uniform is going to be used for, or if it's a piece of uniform that's been decommissioned or no longer issued. And I'll use an example. We had a uniform issued to the Provo Corps. So it was a company of RCMP members that attended Europe during the Second World War. That uniform no longer is issued and it's discontinued. But legions across Canada may have it as a display in a mannequin as part of their Remembrance Day services. So in those cases, we look at them as a bona fide collector. There may be RCMP uniforms in the Legion in the service order capacity, or pardon me, in the ceremonial capacity, but we do not promote or allow service order uniforms to be displayed outside of the RCMP.
And so I gather if the uniform's old enough, it's not a security concern because no one's going to think that's a real RCMP officer if they're walking around in a uniform from the 1940s, for example.
Correct.
Okay. And so I gather it's currently simply not an offense to possess the uniform per se, unless you're actively trying to impersonate an officer.
That is correct.
So the store wouldn't be committing an offense by having it in stock, for example.
Not at this point in time.
And it's just that we filed the law on that, so I'm not asking CSM and Cambridge for legal opinion, but I don't think it's controversial. However, I gather that's about to change in Nova Scotia next week. And so did you talk about whether there was anything you could do to make the uniforms themselves perhaps more identifiable as genuine RCMP articles?
We did with regards to the working group, and that was in the field of the Uniform and Equipment Program under Steve Carroll. Options of identifying within the uniform. This is the property of Canada. This is the property of the RCMP. And the use or possession without the consent and approval of the RCMP is prohibited, but we're not at that stage yet.
And so I take it there wouldn't be any legal authorization, for example, to get a search warrant and go in and seize your items at this point in time.
We have in the past used a search warrant in Manitoba approximately 15 years ago, but that was to return or retrieve the uniform of an RCMP member that initially was provided the approval to retain his ceremonial uniform. However, his conduct had changed and he was displaying a uniform that brought disrepute to the government of Canada and the RCMP. So we used the search warrant to go and seize the uniform from that retired member.
So in that case, he was not allowed to possess it. Is that correct?
The authority to possess the uniform upon retirement is you serve 20 years of good conduct. You have the approval of your commanding officer. And even in the past, prior to 2014, if I may, it was generally that you would wear it for parades such as Remembrance Day, or if you were part of a regimental funeral, that you could wear the uniform. After 2014, the events on Parliament Hill with in October, military and police became high-valued targets for attack.
You're
And
referring to the shooting of the officer on Parliament Hill?
that is correct.
Yes.
And because of that, we've then put in a risk assessment. So authority to wear the uniform for retired members must still now come back to the RCMP. So if I'm a retired corporal and I wish to attend in my uniform and to assist in, let's say, citizenship parades, there would be a risk assessment done within the RCMP and approval would be done through the commanding officer.
And so can that permission to keep your uniform after retirement be revoked based on your behavior?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
If your conduct is such that it's in disrepute or causes embarrassment to the government of Canada or the RCMP, then the permission can be revoked and the uniform would be retrieved.
Did the working group come to a consensus on this or make any recommendations about how to manage the issue of uniform items that are floating around in the world?
Initially, and to, I think your point number 3, which is on the collection upon retirement, was our first, because if we can make sure that upon retirement or resignation that all the uniform is retrieved, it eliminates a large percentage of potential pieces of uniform that would be in the public domain. With regards to what's in the public domain right now, we did ask through legal services and through our contacts with other government agencies if there was a desire. At that point, there wasn't. So we internally, we're continuing with our efforts to ensure that upon resignation or retirement, we collect all uniform, specifically all service order uniforms, the pants, the shirts, the jackets, the hats. And then if their permission, if they have 20 years service and they are retiring, or they have a medical discharge under 20 years and they have good conduct, we can make an exception to that policy to allow that person with a medical discharge to retain their service, or pardon me, their ceremonial uniform.
So as I understand, the efforts of the working group are more going forward, how best to manage those items getting out, but there's no proactive effort to go and collect them right now. Is that
There
right?
is, and there has been
Okay.
in the province of Nova Scotia. They took the initiative and they, in 2020, 2021, they actually went and they collected approximately 7,000 pounds of uniforms that were no longer being used by members in an operational capacity, that were turned in by members. So it would be pieces of uniform that maybe no longer fit, or pieces of uniform that were being held in storage at detachments, were collected and incinerated.
But those were items in the possession of the RCMP already.
That-
Already.
That's correct.
But they're not going out and looking for them in stores or things like that, I take it.
When we come across them, we'll identify and address it.
Okay. And so on the second issue then, tracking and replacement of a member's uniform during their career, which is another way of keeping track of these things. The commissioners already saw a presentation last week about the typical life cycle of a uniform. So from procurement to destruction, we won't go back over that. Did the working group talk about how tracking of uniforms might be improved after the events?
So in most recent time, we have a system called Teams, and the acronym, I apologize, I don't have, but what it does allow us to do is if I order 2 pairs of pants, it will confirm on the system that I'm entitled within that period of time to order those 2 pairs of pants. It will also dictate from 20,000 onwards how many pairs of pants I've ordered and how many pairs of pants I have had in my possession. If I'm in a detachment, and if I may, an example from the north is if I'm an operational member, those pants and shirts may not always be in my closet, because if I'm involved in an incident where there's biohazards, or if there's a motor vehicle accident and I've had contamination where either from the flares where the sparks will light up my jacket or my shirt and I need to replace it, then my shirt would be destroyed, and then I would just replace it with a new shirt. So even though I've been issued, let's say in the course of the last 5 years, 10 shirts, I may only have in my possession 6 shirts, because 4 of them may be disposed of due to operational contamination.
Is there a system in place to track uniforms from the time that the original uniform is issued when a cadet graduates from depot in Saskatchewan, the RCMP college, to retirement?
We can't account for what's been issued since the team process has been in place. Prior to that, we cannot, because it was a paper documented system. Now, with regards to what's being retained and what's being destroyed, where we do not have the capacity to indicate if I've been issued 10 shirts and I've had to destroy 4 because of operational reasons, that system is not validated.
So now, does a member have to report to a supervisor, for example, if a shirt was destroyed, if it got blood on it or fentanyl or something like that?
Any request for any piece of equipment, any uniform, goes through the supervisor, the detachment commander, who has the financial authority to approve for whether it's personal or unit cost. It's up to the detachment commander to ensure that it's proper, in that it's fair wear and tear, that you're due to have these, or in the case where if you went into a fire and your uniform was no longer serviceable, you can get the replacement of the uniform, because the detachment commander would validate that.
How does a detachment commander know if the rate of replacement of the uniform of a particular member is out of the ordinary? For example, if they just got a bunch of shirts and are asking for more shirts.
The system itself will bounce back because you're beyond your entitlement, as well as the detachment commander would have that knowledge, because generally speaking, even if the member was to transfer from one detachment to another, the system would rectify that.
And at what point does suspicious disappearance of uniform items become a potential discipline issue?
If I believe that a member was purchasing uniforms for an intent other than authorized under the uniform and dress manual, then I could, as the detachment commander, I would have the authority to order a code of conduct and an investigation.
Is a member free to give away their uniform items to civilians if they want to?
No, they're not.
Is there any difference between service order and ceremonial dress with respect to that rule?
There are occasions where, in a line of duty death or regimental funeral, where the commissioner will present the national flag to the family of the fallen. And as a token of sacrifice, the commanding officer may present the Stetson to the family, and that the family will be permitted to retain their reg surge, their ceremonial uniform, their boots and briefs, and their high browns. But all their service order uniform clothing and tools and intervention options would be seized at the time.
And just back to the items in the public domain, if a civilian, if a family or anyone saw RCMP items out there and thought they shouldn't be out there, what can they do about that? What should they do?
Very often we'll get inquiries directly at our detachments, where members of family that have been deceased, or that they've, sometimes you'll have, in the case of one that I'm dealing with personally, the retired staff sergeant has passed, so his daughter in clearing the estate has come across uniforms. So because they know a member, they'll get a hold of a member, the member will seize them and take them, or they'll be directed to go to a detachment to turn the items over.
And so if, for example, someone owned a thrift store and just realized they shouldn't have this stuff, they could also take that clothing to a detachment for disposal?
That is correct.
Okay. And so,
Or just call and we would go and retrieve it.
okay. So back to tracking members' uniforms during their careers, what are the consequences if a member sold some uniform items, for example, for resale on eBay?
That would be the breach of policy and would be subject to code of conduct and disciplinary action.
And what, if any, changes did the working group propose on the issue of tracking and monitoring replacement of uniforms?
A number of options were discussed. However, there's been no ways forward other than to tighten up the retrieval at the time of resignation or retirement.
And were there any changes to the security and tracking during shipping? So if a bunch of RCMP shirts are on their way somewhere, does someone check that the same number arrived that left?
So if I order, let's say my entitlement was 5 shirts and 2 pairs of pants annually, and once a year, because I need to replenish because I've had operational incidents that have depleted my my uniform, then I would order them. If I put in a request for 5 shirts and then the box showed up and there were 3 shirts, I'd look at the invoice slip, the packing slip, and see 2 of them may have been on back order and not available, but if they say 5 were issued, then I would initiate through our departmental security an investigation.
Other than the patches, the shoulder patches, are the shirts identifiable in any other way as genuine articles?
There may be, and this is more for a uniform equipment program for the authentication, because if there is a question on whether it's authentic, any of those requests, I'm not a subject matter expert, but there is a label usually on the back of the shirt that would indicate the RCMP as well as the size and the stock number.
So the
But-
subject matter experts on that topic would be Steve Carroll?
Steve
group?
Carroll and the Uniform Equipment Program.
The third issue that I want to ask you about that the working group dealt with in its meetings were, and you've already touched on it, so we can pass through what you've already told us, but is what happens to uniforms when a member retires or resigns. So just to recap, you've told us that if a member is retiring after over 20 years of service, that the member can ask to keep their ceremonial dress or review order. Is that correct?
That is correct. So that request would go to the commanding officer, and if the member is found to be in good conduct, then normally it would be approved. If, however, the member's resignation or retirement is subject to a disciplinary and there are code of conduct or other circumstances that would be a discredit to the government of Canada or the RCMP, that request could be denied.
And so once the retired member has permission to keep it, can they just wear it to any special occasion they go to, or are there rules about when and where they wear it, and is there any oversight of that?
Since 2014, based on the incident in Ottawa, we have a process in place that at any point, retired or serving members in ceremonial uniform need authority to go to those functions. So in those that are serving, it's fairly standard through their chain of command and approvals, and it may come up to the warrant officer for oversight. With regards to retired members, we have 30 RCMP veteran divisions that, generally speaking, they probably have 90% of any time that they're wearing the uniform. And we have direct links with the warrant officer and the veterans divisions across Canada. Or the warrant would get inquiries directly from a retired veteran saying, I'm attending my son or daughter's graduation at Regina or Depot, and I request permission to wear my uniform, or I'm attending my my daughter or my son's wedding and a request to wear my formal uniform, my walking out dress. Those requests would go to the warrant officer within the province or territory that they reside in.
And they need approval for each occasion then?
For each occasion, correct.
And can you just explain why they'd be targets, potentially?
Wearing the uniform, you identify yourself as a police officer, even if it's in a ceremonial uniform or in a service order uniform, because of the iconic image of the red surge, that a risk assessment would be done when the warrant receives that request. Is there overwatch? What is the risk? It could be a request to wear the uniform at a pride parade. Has there been consultation with that group, that community group, to ensure that they're comfortable? Is there police presence and overwatch? Because retired members do not have intervention options or use of force options.
So in other words, they wouldn't be armed, but they'd be wearing a police uniform. Is
That's
that
correct.
right? Okay. And so that was over 20 years of service. And then under 20 years of service, you said they could ask to keep their ceremonial uniform if they were discharged for medical reasons. Can you explain why there's that distinction?
Personally, I've had incidents as a supervisor where I've had members with 17, 18, 19 years service that are on the cusp of retiring but are off duty for operational reasons. And they're off duty sick and they're going towards a medical pension and a medical discharge, pardon me. But because the uniform is so important to us, that they're holding on to the 20 years so that they could retain and have the authority or the approval to retain their review order to facilitate their mental health and their medical discharge. We're permitting those individuals with good conduct to release early on a medical discharge and still retain their uniform. They don't have to go to the full 20 years.
And if they're under 20 years but without a medical reason, as of today, are they allowed to apply to keep their ceremonial dress?
No, they're not.
And that was a change made since the events, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so at a later stage, we're going to disclose and produce a form. It's Form 1733 that the member fills out to say they're retiring or resigning. And is that something that was updated recently, and for what reason?
It's been reviewed. The form that's in existence, I believe, is, and I apologize, it's either 2015 or 2018 that it's been revised, but it is being reviewed and updated as it would, all our forms are over the course of time.
Okay, but also in light of the events, is that right? Making sure.
It
that
was part of
people-
our working group,
Yes.
ma'am. We did look at it to see if there were areas that we can improve. And the area specifically that we were looking at was the conduct, the 20 years with good conduct.
There's another form that the working group looked at, Form S as in Sam, 54A as in Apple, and that's disposition of equipment and uniform on discharge. Can you explain what that form is?
So the 1733 is the resignation or retirement form, and that's basically a notice that I wish to retire at a later date or retire at this date. The S54A form is a list of all uniform pieces of clothing and equipment that I've been issued in my service. And it's a tracking mechanism that the detachment commander, the supervisor, so that when I come in to retire, I bring in my uniform pieces and equipment, and then it's an inventory of what I'm returning.
And has that form been updated since the events?
It's in the process of being finalized, but it has been updated. The form that's presently on the books is the form that was in place in 2020.
So Commissioners, I don't have that today, but it will be produced, disclosed, and filed in due course. The fourth issue that the working group worked on was the destruction of uniforms that have reached the end of their life, which is part of this commission's mandate to look at those policies. At a high level, can you please describe what issues the working group identified here?
So unlike our other police forces of jurisdiction, so a municipal police force, Halifax, Fredericton, Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, are all geographically located in one area. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police has over 700 detachments coast to coast to coast across Canada. So our repositories for collection and of the uniform upon discharge or resignation is challenging. If I may allude to an example,
Yes.
in Surrey Detachment, which has over 900 RCMP members, and then Paulatuck Detachment, which has 3 members in the Northwest Territories. So in Surrey Detachment, they have bins and they have a member that is designated solely for the disposal and the walking out and the discharge process because they have transitioned quite extensively. So that member will account and has bins that items of clothing coming back with your intervention options, your firearm, your handcuffs, your baton that can be recycled and reused within the force will be sent back to stores. There are pieces of my uniform that if it is not next to skin, that can be recycled. Portions of my duty belt, my keepers, my handcuff pouch, my holster, these items may be recycled for someone that has lost or has a broken piece of equipment can be replaced locally at that detachment. And then there are the items that are not replaceable or recyclable, which are next to skin items, and they would be incinerated. So they have a very slick process because they have volume. Now, when I was the detachment commander in Fort Smith, I had a corporal and 9 constables, and I would seize or take into custody equipment and clothing on regular members at any given time as they're doing their duties, or if they retire. What I could recycle within and reuse, I did so, because I ensured that they returned it, signed off, and whatever I couldn't, next to skin or something that was contaminated or unserviceable, would be shredded or burnt. I will admit that if it's a piece of equipment, or not equipment was very structured, and we ensured that we were compliant. But if I had boots, gloves, or a parka that I could remove anything that would identify it as RCMP, I would keep in my prisoner bay for those that were homeless and people coming in without footwear or in -30, -40 degree with running shoes, that I would recycle boots or mucklucks just for their well-being.
Where's Fort Smith?
Sorry?
Where is Fort Smith?
Fort Smith is in the Northwest Territories. It's directly, if you look at the Alberta-Saskatchewan border and where the Northwest Territories intersect, Fort Smith is right there.
How long did you serve up north?
I served in the Northwest Territories for 29 years. I had 1 year that I was in civilian police in Afghanistan for a year, 2006 and 7, but I went up in 87 and came out in 2016.
Did the working group address the tension between the concerns about security of disposal of these items and environmental concerns?
We did. In the case of Inuvik Northwest Territories, I had an incinerator, and up until a certain point where we were allowed to use the incinerator, that's what was used. When environmental concerns came into place, we were no longer able to use the incinerator, so we had to be creative. So we shredded, or we found other means that the hospital, or if we have industry such as pulp and paper mills, have incinerators, and that's often how we'll dispose of hazardous exhibits and our clothing as well.
Did the working group propose any solutions to improve disposal policies, especially taking into account practical differences between regions, as you've described?
The Uniform Equipment Program has a standing offer within the Government of Canada with the disposal company, and we're shoring up, trying to facilitate the access coast to coast to coast. Logistically, it could be challenging from the remote detachments, which, if I use the example of the Northwest Territories, would send their items either directly south to this disposal company, or they would have it shipped through police transportation to Yellowknife, where it would be collected. In the case of Regina, in Depot Division, they assisted Saskatchewan, which is F Division, by bringing in items and disposing of, like collecting them for a period of time.
And you've told us about the initiative of that was undertaken in H Division in Nova Scotia to destroy a uniform that was not being used. Was that an H Division initiative, or was it connected with the working group's work?
That was H Division, and it was shared with all the warrant officers that are coast to coast to coast. In the case of Burnaby, they did something similar. And each division has addressed and sent communication out to shore up within their own divisions, but how they're applying their disposal process is at the commanding officer's authority.
Has there been any change in documenting the destruction of uniforms since the events?
No, as you alluded to, the S54A is being updated, and that's the documentation.
And Commissioners, Counsel for the Attorney General of Canada has undertaken that if that updated form is finalized by the time the commission is, or before it's done, then they will produce that and we will disclose it. And so whose responsibility is it to oversee the destruction of uniforms? Is that, you mentioned it, is it localized per division, or?
It's the detachment commander as the immediate supervisor of the employee. In larger detachments such as Surrey, which has over 1,200 employees, it may be delegated down, but when it was in Fort Smith, it was my responsibility as a detachment commander.
And the fifth and final topic that the working group dealt with that's of interest here is the passing on of uniforms to next of kin, which you've already addressed to a certain point. You told us when a member dies, if they're in good standing, then they typically are allowed or they're presented with a Canada flag and the Stetson. Is that right?
That is correct in a line of duty.
Can RCMP uniform items be left in a will by a member to family members? And if you don't know, that's okay.
I'm not a lawyer, and from a legal perspective, I defer to answer that portion. I know from my practice, if the uniform is in the possession of a member while they're still alive, it has a very strong significance to their service and their sacrifice that they've given and their family has given. Sometimes that's lost because a serving member has the support of the family because they've transferred from remote communities across Canada generally, or even just the nature of our service. It also signifies remembrance of those that have fallen, whether it's the 248 in the line of duty, or it's those that we've worked with that have fallen through other tragic circumstances, death by suicide, or through cancer or other means, but people that we serve with, our camaraderie and our passion to be in service.
Can you explain the gist of the discussions of the working group over that year and a half or so that you were meeting about what to do about items in the possession of next of kin?
If I may use an example, in the line of duty or even in a non-duty death, we'll go to the next of kin, the primary next of kin, to ask if they wish to have any involvement with the RCMP in the funeral service. That's similar with regards to the retention of clothing or the uniform. So if the family wishes to continue to possess the uniform, then I have no objections in my personal opinion.
Is that both service order and ceremonial?
Not service order. Service order should not be in the possession of the family. Ceremonial uniform, the review order, the red tunic, the Stetson, if the family wishes to keep that and pass it, so the serving member may pass it on to his grandchild, son or daughter, to try and inspire them for service in the future. I have no issue. If the family chooses to say, we're concerned, I don't want to just throw it in the garbage, then we will assist in recovering it and then disposing of the uniform.
And why is it that the service order uniform should not be in their possession?
So it cannot be used for any criminal intent.
So has the RCMP's approach to possession of uniforms by family members changed since the events?
Just so I'm clear, has the RCMP's position
On family members keeping the uniforms, has that changed at all since 2020 or is it the same?
same?
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the RCMP veterans played a role in liaising between families and the RCMP on the uniform issue?
Often the RCMP Veterans Association, when a retired member passes, our chaplaincy program or our RCMP veterans will become aware of that they've passed, and they'll be in contact with the family to provide support for a number of things other than just the uniform, to assist in connecting with our family programs coordinator, so that for benefits and assistance with regards to the funeral and the burial. And then during that conversation or that interaction, there may be questions about uniforms, and then we can assist at that point.
Why did the working group stop meeting once a month?
We stopped meeting once a month because at this point we went quarterly, knowing that the Mass Casualty Commission is underway, and we're not stopping, we're going to continue, but to work in harmony with you.
Has there been any final report or set of recommendations after that period of working once a month intensely on it?
No final report. The commissioner is aware of the working group, as well as our commanding officers through our warrant officers, and the importance of it.
Will the same working group address any recommendations coming out of this Mass Casualty Commission?
I will ensure if I'm in the chair that I will. And then my counterpart who follows, the warrants would be readily engaged.
Thank you, CSM McCambridge. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Young, and thank you very much, Officer McCambridge. The process we follow is that when you were through giving your evidence proper, we will take a break. Commission counsel will meet with counsel for the participants and discuss whether or not there are any further questions that you should be asked and who will ask them, etc. So we would ask you to stay close by, and we'll take a break now and return.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah. Yeah, let's say 11 o'clock, but Ms. Young, if council need more time, absolutely, we can make arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 11 a.m.
Ooh. Ooh. They're watching, but, asking about a will is about zero. Even if we were to believe, I can only speak for myself, even if I was to believe this nonsense that they're trying to trot off, that it's about, just giving away uniforms and there's nothing going on here. Don't look. Please stop asking. Well, your argument fails because it's all about the fact that people who are alive gave uniforms knowingly to a person that they knew was criminal for years, apparently. Again, that's if I were believing that nonsense. I don't. There's clearly ops running. This is just they're trying to skate out of it. Where the fuck is that stupid article? Oh, yeah. See, they trot these things out and they really think that people are dumb. Remember this one? What a fail. What a fail. If you wanted us to believe this bullshit, then you would charge all of these people. Right? They knowingly gave their uniforms. They knew he was a criminal. And you admitted what? Why was it again? Oh, let's see. Oh, yes, right here. Criminal intent. But they actually are happy if you believe that. You know why? Because you're just going to pay yourself. Right? The money's coming out of your pocket to cover it. So don't worry about it. And then they get to skate on their fucking black ops that they're running. Fuck off, man. So transparent. Look at the top. Fits well with the article about selling confidence. Sell with confidence. Oh, just trying to sell the BS, trying to sell it. What a fail. Perhaps they should phone Justin Harver or whatever his name is. I'm probably mispronouncing his name. Fail. They're just as happy, honestly, for you to believe this nonsense. You know why? Because then you're just forking money over that's your own. He doesn't care. Look at how red he was turning. Looking over constantly. Oh, oh, oh. That's because they're watching. The ticker there busts their argument. Right? It's fairly transparent. They just don't want you asking the deeper question of what the fuck they were running down there. Real uniforms, real cars, things going out the back door at GCS. Possible. Dirty Mounties. Well, dirty at least in the sense that they're running their ops, right? Can't be honest. What was it again? Let's review the 3 oaths of RCMP. They're pretty good. Let's see how much it has to do with you. Nice hat. Well, I'm wearing it in honor. I'm just, you can look into it as you will. RCMP swearing oaths, the 3 O's. Okay. Oath of allegiance. Quote, do you solemnly swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors according to the law, so help you God? Well, I'm not sure how many people are even believing anything. They used to give out Gideon Bibles. I don't know what happened to that. Anyway, oath of office. Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform the duties required of you as a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and will you truly obey and perform all lawful orders and instructions that you receive without fear, favor, or affection towards any person, so help you God? My God. Locking these people in. Oath of secrecy. Do you solemnly swear to keep absolutely, 100% unequivocally secret all knowledge and information that you may become possessed through your position with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that you will not, without due authority in that behalf, that would be somebody like Lucky, discuss with members of the force or any other person, either by word or by letter, any matter which may come to your notice through your employment with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. There's one thing absent from this. You! They're swearing allegiance. It's a private army. Strange. So, do you think that they're going to tell you the truth? Let's just make sure that's nice and big. So, those of us who they've scrapped our eyesight can read. There's nothing in here about taking care of your community, standing up for them. It's an army. We discussed in the background who pulls strings. Not necessarily Lucky. Otis. Otis is, what was it? His drinking and smoking buddy? Who was that again? Former commissioner. Oh, did he get booted from the military? And he laughs about it. Lied on his application to the RCMP, got busted in it. And, don't you know, becomes the lead. And he's dumping Five Eyes secrets with his drinking and smoking buddy. I don't believe any of the BS that they're piping. Real badge, uniforms, cars that are fully equipped. Cars. Her car, his car. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, probably is a duck. Marked vehicles that differentiate them from other vehicles. Call me conspiracy. I certainly would pay tens of millions to cover that up if I were a fucking degenerate. Wouldn't you? No, of course you wouldn't, because you're not a degenerate. I'm not. Better just to come clean and say, you know what? Oops. Here's what was going on. And probably discontinue it. Right? Everybody's getting tired. BC's getting tired. You're gone. Surrey already said goodbye. Your home base literally sits in a city that you can't police. That's pretty sad. They told you to F off. Strange. Strange. Or is it? Maybe people are just tired. Tired of lies. They don't like lies. They don't like this. It's terrible. They don't like the fact that you aren't promising to protect the people. You're irrelevant. The 23 in this story. Irrelevant. Look at the guy in the Dunphy inquiry, and that was actually closer to what an inquiry might even be. Kind of. the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary. Right? He sat up there and didn't tell the truth. The RCMP guy didn't tell the truth. No problem. They got busted in it. They don't have to tell the truth because they have this, an oath of secrecy. Oh. Orders to perform duties and truly obey, perform all lawful orders and instructions. Do you see even law in there? I don't. I see orders. To uphold the laws of the land, that's absent. According to the law, well, it's kind of there, but it gets kind of negated with the next two passages. Because if your superior tells you no, and the built-in permanent NDA, yeah, fail. You know, that was the one I thought at the beginning. I did, and there was a reporter from the Globe and Mail I spoke to who I mentioned that, and then yes, article popped out. Anyway, I don't think it's Mr. Big. It's something bigger than a Mr. Big. But we've gone through cases of the Mr. Big where those are pretty horrendous. It's interesting that man was the is the in charge of mental health. Did he say that? Wow. About the mental health of his members, the ones that are, dealing with this one, their torn consciences. Secrecy. Not good for the soul, not good for the mind. Lots of PTSD. 23 in this case. All their families, all their friends, all those missed little events and big events, and just the small ones. Did you get your homework done? NIMBY? Cause of mental illness. There we go. I'm not making accusations, of out and out murder. No, I can't say that, but I can say that clearly something is very untoward going on. And I don't think we're going to get the truth from them. No, because they're just following orders and instructions and bound by NDAs. Not a good way to start your career. The Gideon Bible. That disappeared, I think. I don't think they give that anymore. They used to. You're missing smoking. Just following orders. That's all he's doing. I fear if that card hadn't come forward. But there was already homework going on for a while on certain individuals. Business card isn't just a business card. The person behind the business card. But how many more? What about Brenda's attachment to the head of Covert Ops Canada? That one's a big one. He's lower down on the totem pole, man. Honestly. Yeah. Where was that? Where do I have that? Yes, Mr. Balin. Interesting tree. Balin. My little pictograph is missing. Where does Balin live? Well, I don't know where he lives at these days. Who knows? I don't track people down. I have no interest in doxing people. Let's see here. Oh, gone. Didn't like that. Guess he didn't like the shows that I showed the attachment. Covert Ops Canada. Brenda. 1 degree of separation. With very interesting individual. Mr. Levesque. Mr. Levesque. All his medals. I guess then the page disappears. I may still have it though. There's Mr. Levesque. It's a very terrible picture. Mr. Harper. Mr. Levesque likes Brenda. She doesn't get a lot of endorsements, but she does get it from Balin. Or sorry, Levesque. And Levesque happens to also be chummy with Mr. Balin. Strange. Or is it? I don't think so. Talk about it. Oh, this is what happens. It's almost like Wayland psychology. Psychological services. Oh, just poof. Poof. Are you exposing stuff? Please stop that. Please, we'll have to step down. Haven't even started with the commission yet. Or others. Uh-oh. Moose. Off to work again. Bye, bye, bye. Have a great day. Where does Balin live? Aren't you guys interested in Mr. Balin? Some of you are. Some of you aren't. It's interesting. Yeah. Nuremberg. Who's to say? I believe he's definitely wrapped up into something. I would say that there's still people alive that are wrapped up into something, that aren't going to appear. I believe that is in the pre-written document. Where was that? Let's see. The interim report. The interim garbage, which was really just a rehash of the website. Here's what we're going to do. Thanks for that. Didn't know I read it already. So what work have you done again? Still waiting. How have you established some justice for the 23? Still waiting. Please stand by. We'll get those documents to you sometime. I like that. There was a few times she said that too. The government lawyer questioning the employee who's sworn to secrecy. That seems like it'll work. That'll work out well. It's all just a kangaroo court. But you see, exposing the kangaroo court is doing damage. Serious damage. A diapers. Where is it? Diapers. That's fluid and dynamic since the start. Oh, they knew they were in shit. They knew that there were certain people along for the ride, too, who weren't so dumb. See through the bullshit. Aren't going to get baffled. No. Now it's kind of coming together. More people. All of you. All of you in here. Well, you can't say all, because, well, there's going to be tab keeping, which is fine. They'll answer to that one day too. Oops. Oh, we're so secret. We have technology on our side. Ain't nothing like a brain. Gray cells. Diapers. Diapers. I got lots of time. Let's see who's discussing Balin. You like Balin, Todd? Tony, you like Balin? Sad? Nova Scotia citizen? Ms. Fox? Well, how many people interested in Mr. Balin? One would have to ask why Brenda would have such a close association with Mr. Balin. I don't know. Maybe they just ran into Mr. Levesque and you can't remember Mr. Balin? Keeps a fairly low profile. Too bad he decided to delete his LinkedIn. Richard Balin is his name. Oh, maybe it will let me through. Let's see. Here we go. Richard Balin. My apologies. I don't know why it wouldn't open it before, or did he change URLs? Maybe it's rewritten. Chief Superintendent, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Australia, interesting. Australia and Ukraine seem to come up. I am currently a senior police practitioner, chief superintendent in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I have over 30 years of international domestic police experience as a manager, supervisor, instructor, investigator, subject matter expert, and facilitator in a variety of areas. I have a diverse police background, including positions overseeing international operations, Interpol, covert operations, serious organized crime, United Nations program management, international capacity building, general duty policing, protective services. Maybe that's where he met Brenda, with all her great protective skills, working down in Washington. Professional standards, as well as my current role as Director General. Sorry, what's that? And data science. Covert ops and data science. Morning, Mr. Balin. The tech. Take the tech, stuff it up your ace. When? Oh. Let's see, when did April 18, 19, 2020 fall? Oh, that's right. Under his watch. Oh. And he has recommendations from, I can't see them in here, I don't think. From who? Well, that would be Mr. Levesque. Mr. Levesque, the one who has more medals.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
It just gets deeper and deeper. Oh, yes, multiple agencies. Convenient. Balin has the stink of RCMP Dirty Tricks Division, the now defunct Intelligence Division. No, it's not so defunct. They just renamed it, right? Right, Tom? Covert oops. I shouldn't laugh. This is just all so tragic where we've let ourselves go. Hopefully that refreshes some people, or some people who weren't aware. Not only the MCC, maybe they missed that episode. I have a feeling they didn't. I see them in here. Inset. Aaron Driver. No. We're not talking about terrorism. Stinky stuff. Where is it? Stinky stuff. Not protective stuff. Stinky stuff. Get out of it now. I think this boat's going down. I really do. Best get off. The hand's always been there. Forgiveness is possible.
Thank you. Ms.
Welcome
Young?
back. The proceedings are again in session.
Commissioners, I have a few points to add before the witness comes back. I inadvertently did not exhibit one of the set of minutes. I'd like to do that now, please, of the Uniform and IP Working Group dated April 28th, 2021. And those are COM number COMM 056131.
And that's Exhibit 2141.
I also wanted to make a correction to my introductory remarks before CSM McCambridge came in. I said that when introducing him that that authentic RCMP uniform shirt and pants were worn by the perpetrator during the events. These items were authenticated by the RCMP and the shirt was worn by him, but the pants with the yellow stripe were found in the front passenger seat of Joseph Weber's Ford Escape. There's no evidence that the perpetrator actually wore them during the events, but he appears to have been in possession of them. And thirdly, I referred to this in passing, but I wanted to state clearly on the record at the request of counsel that as of next week, possessing and selling police articles will become illegal in Nova Scotia. So that will be a provincial offense. And also those items will be able to be seized without a warrant. And that's pursuant to the Police Identity Management Act, a provincial act that's coming into force next week. It was referred to in Exhibit 1027, which is the Commission's Police Paraphernalia Legislative Brief. Possession and sale of these items will remain legal in other provinces and territories in Canada as of right now. On the break, Commissioners, we had a caucus with participant counsel, and I understand that Ms. Shigas of Patterson Law wishes to ask you whether she can ask CSM McCambridge some follow-up questions.
Well, yes, and thank counsel for your collaboration on that, and absolutely would be pleased to have Ms. Shigas pose some questions to the witness.
Thank you.
More federal stuff?
You're still under oath. Officer McCambridge, no need to be resworn.
Actually, there is.
As I mentioned before the break, Officer McCambridge, that the counsel for participants would meet with Commission counsel and decide if any further questions would be asked. And Ms. Natasha Shigas of the law firm Patterson Law, which represents many of the families involved in the mass casualty, will have some questions for you.
Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms. Shigas, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. McCambridge. As Commissioner McDonald has stated, my name is Natasha Shigas. I'm a lawyer with Patterson Law. We represent the majority of families of deceased victims and individual participants most affected. So I'm going to ask Madam Registrar, please, to bring up COM 0056122. And this is the minutes of the Uniform and IP meeting on May 26, 2020. And Madam Registrar, would you please state the exhibit number for the record?
2128.
Thank you. So as you've discussed and as we can see here, Madam Registrar, if you would just scroll up a little bit. Thank you. So you said today that there is a tracking system for all kit that goes out to members.
That is correct. As a team that commenced, and I'd have to leave to Steve Carroll, who is the Uniform Equipment Program, to say exactly when that came into effect. But I believe it was just approximately around 2000.
Okay, so you would be able to select any given member and see the full list of all items of kit that they'd ever been issued in this system?
Not ever been issued from that point on that they'd been issued.
And that point is the year 2000?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Carroll when team came in.
Okay. And there's no tracking system for returning kit?
There is a tracking system, the S54A, which is the disposal. And that document will actually articulate the clothing as well as the use of force options that's returned upon resignation or retirement.
Okay, so when a piece of kit is contaminated or destroyed during a member's service, it's not tracked in team at the moment of its destruction?
That is correct, not at this point in time.
Okay, and it's not tracked in any other system?
It may be tracked at the detachment on the file of the investigation, that it may be just a note to the file that the uniform has been contaminated and destroyed, or possibly on the document for the requisition of new equipment that's being destroyed. So let's say if the shirt was contaminated with blood and no longer serviceable, the new shirt that would be ordered, if I had ordered my quota for the year, I would have to explain why, and that might be in an email or on the ordering itself.
Okay, but there's no centralized registry for this type of thing?
Other than team, for the initial that's in place now, that's just the ordering document.
Okay. So if a member is not exceeding their yearly kit allotment, the detachment commander wouldn't necessarily be reviewing all of that member's pieces of kit?
Any order that comes, anytime I wish to order any piece of uniform, it goes to one level above to the supervisor for approval, regardless on how much I order.
Okay. And at the end of a member's service, the member completes the S54A form, correct?
Well, the supervisor does,
Okay.
in the presence of the member as they return the equipment to them.
And the S54A contains all of the kit that the member is actually returning at that time?
It will identify the items, but not necessarily the number that have been issued to them through the year. So your service weapon, your pistol will be there. Your handcuffs will be there. Your baton will be there. Your OC spray, your duty belt, your forge cap, and then it'll go to patrol jacket, inclement weather, rain gear, shirts, pants. Those items would be listed, but the quantity is documented as it's returned.
Okay, so it captures what the member is bringing in to give back at that moment in time?
Yes, to ensure that we have all service order items of clothing and equipment returned.
And the detachment commander at that point is essentially taking that member's word that that's everything that they have, correct?
That is correct.
And they're taking that member's word that any kit that is not being returned has been destroyed.
That is correct.
So for a serving member, if a detachment commander became suspicious of kit misuse, they could initiate a disciplinary proceeding. Is that correct?
We call it a code of conduct investigation.
Okay.
If it was outright theft, there'd be a criminal investigation.
Okay. And there's otherwise no mechanism to have serving members excess pieces of kit returned other than through a criminal or a disciplinary proceeding?
Can I ask you to give me the question again? Sorry.
So if a member had excess kit for whatever reason, there's no mechanism by which their detachment commander could compel them to return it other than through a disciplinary or criminal proceeding.
No, the S54A would, upon resignation, retirement, and maybe that's where I need to clarify, are you asking if a member has kit while serving or kit while resignation or
serving.
retirement? So while serving, a member can have more than 5 shirts. They can have 10 shirts, but they're only entitled to so many shirts and so many pairs of pants per year, but they can have accumulated over time more. So in the case where my 30 years in the Arctic, we had no access to dry cleaners. So 2 pairs of pants in a 5-day rotation of shifts, I'm probably going through 3 to maybe 4 and sometimes 2 a night, depending on what I'm involved in. So members will accumulate uniform pieces and will dispose of them through fair wear and tear in the presence of the detachment commander. So you can accumulate larger numbers than the 5 or the 2. And most often during your service, you will, because you need that to be able to perform your operational duties.
Thank you. Madam Registrar, if you would please scroll just down to the end of page 1 and the top of page 2 of this document. And you touched on this in your testimony, but I'll just confirm. So when the general public is found to be in possession of pieces of kit, at this point in time, the RCMP is restricted to asking for it back and hoping that they voluntarily comply?
Yes, and that's through verbal compliance and a face-to-face or sometimes a letter requesting for the items to be returned.
Thank you. Madam Registrar, if you would please bring up COM 0056123. And if you would please state the exhibit number for me. I apologize, I don't have it.
Exhibit 2129.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind scrolling to page 3, please. Under the heading Issue of TM. Thank you. So under the heading Issue of TM, the first bullet point says, there are companies who aren't following the proper procurement process to become legitimate vendors. We have no way to stop the companies in producing items they are selling / services they are providing. Furthermore, members continue to buy their products / services. Is it fair to say that the RCMP does not enforce their own trademark rights?
We try. We do our best through the Mounted Police Foundation and through our intellectual property. When identified and we find that there's a breach, we'll contact through the intellectual property, which is internal to the RCMP, and ask them to comply and go through the formal approval process through the Mounted Police Foundation.
Thank you. Madam Registrar, if you would please bring up COM 0056121 and state the exhibit number. And
Exhibit 2132.
thank you. If you could please scroll to the bottom of page 1 and top of page 2. You could please. Thank you. So I'm going to draw your attention to the last paragraph of page 1, which continues on to page 2, which describes a recent situation on the topic of returning kit. Member recently retired. During the departure process, the badge was checked off for encasement. However, the badge was never returned and member is refusing to return it. At this time, it is unclear if member is still in possession or not. So is it possible that kit could be marked on, the S54A form as being returned before it actually is?
To the best of the ability and to my knowledge, the detachment commander will show due diligence with regards to what's presented in front, and he'll go through item, or she will go through item by item.
Okay. And again, there's no way to force a former member, discharged or retired, to return their badge?
There is, the badge is the property of the Government of Canada and the RCMP. Our mechanisms, if it requires a search warrant, we will, in a case, we may have to go to that length. But we'll do everything in our power to do it through personal interaction to try and get the individual to return it. Failure to do that, we may have to go to a legal authorization.
Thank you. Madam Registrar, if you would please bring up document COM 0056128.
Exhibit 2135.
And if you would scroll down, bring the heading Good Standing Discussion to the top of the page. Sorry, just a little bit further down. Thank you. So under the word comments, there begins a series of bullet points, and I'll direct you to the first bullet point, which says, D Division had a similar conversation with ERMO. It was noted that there is no consistency and subjectivity is used when someone is discharged, regardless before conduct review. The badge encasement, ability to wear uniform are used as bargaining chits when discharging, regardless of why. So the RCMP uses retaining badge and uniform as an incentive to get members to retire or accept discharge?
Not as an incentive. It could be part of a medical discharge or a retirement or a resignation. Those are dealt with on an individual case-by-case basis.
So here it says, regardless of why, would that include situations where a member is, where the RCMP is trying to get a member to accept discharge before that member faces disciplinary proceedings?
So that regardless of why, my interpretation would be, it could be for medical reasons, or it could be in the past, because this was dated before the change. We would only permit, if you had not received 20 years of service, to wear the uniform or possess it afterwards, after you discharge, unless it's a medical pension or a medical discharge. And that would be with good conduct.
Thank you. And Madam Registrar, if you could please pull up the document at COM 0056120.
Exhibit 2137.
Thank you. And if you would be able to scroll down to the bottom of page 1. That's perfect. Oh, just up a little bit. Thank you. So under the subheading HDIV Uniform and Kit Destruction Program, is it fair to say that this program was only newly implemented at the time of this particular meeting, which was February 26, 2021?
To the best of my knowledge, and there is, I believe, part of potential disclosure is the fact that Nova Scotia was in their collection and destruction of surplus uniforms. The exact date that that was initiated, I don't have that information readily available. This would be an update from the Sergeant Major Gord Petey to the working group of what the plans would be for Nova Scotia H Division.
Thank you. And we see at the second bullet point from the bottom of that list, the meetings reflect that it was expected that 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of kit would be turned in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so those 6,000 to 7,000 pounds would be kit from members that members had, but were not using or were not required for them to carry out their role in the course of their time of service.
That's correct. Kit that may have been collected at various detachments throughout the province of Nova Scotia, or that members may have had in their possession. They brought into the seven locations, collection points, and the best of my knowledge, they were collected by 2 employees and then taken to Prince Edward Island and destroyed, incinerated.
Thank you. So those 6,000 to 7,000 pounds of kit does not include retired members. Is that correct?
There may have been an opportunity for retired members to, again, go to those collection points, but to my knowledge, it was serving members and the detachments themselves, was not retired members. It's possible that some retired members may have delivered kit of their own, but to my knowledge, it was focused on serving members and what was presently in the possession of detachment commanders.
Thank you. And you've mentioned in your testimony, other divisions are not part of this program, but have the discretion to implement similar programs if they choose?
That's correct.
And so it's not something that is receiving national or organizational oversight at this point?
Not at this point in time. Some divisions will have their stores. So in the case of Manitoba, D division, their remote detachments will send it to Winnipeg, where it will be collected and disposed of directly in Winnipeg itself, as an example.
Thank you. So turning from the documents, I'll just reference your testimony as well as your interview, which has previously been exhibited at COM 0053742. Madam Registrar, no need to bring that up. So you were formerly a detachment commander at Fort Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And your practice as a detachment commander was not to keep records of kit that was turned into you or destroyed outside of that S54A form. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it was at your discretion and the discretion of any detachment commander to determine those processes for tracking returned kit other than the S54A form, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so there's no oversight of this practice beyond the detachment commander level?
There would be oversight, and the oversight would come through what we call a managerial review, which is conducted by an outside team that would have senior NCOs that would come in and do unit level quality assurance reviews, a managerial review, and it may be subject of that review, destruction of exhibits or equipment.
Thank you. And you've stated in your interview as well as here today that your practice was also to remove RCMP flashes and identifiers from kit and distribute those pieces to members of the public, correct?
No, there would be selected items only, which would be boots, gloves, or a heavy winter parka. Those would be the only items that I would have in my prisoner bay, so that if I had a prisoner that was being released for, as an example, intoxication, maybe homeless, and the footwear or their clothing that they have would be unsuitable for the temperatures, the Arctic and the winter environment, that I would provide them with a piece of clothing. So sometimes it would be mucklucks or boots, which had no RCMP identifier, gloves or gauntlets that we would have that may be old and discontinued. And if it was a parka, like a storm parka, the yellow stripe or the shoulder flashes would be removed, so it wouldn't be identifiable as a uniform piece.
And RCMP policy at that time dictated that those items should be destroyed.
Destroyed or rendered unidentifiable.
Okay.
So I rendered them unidentifiable and I recycled them through to the homeless.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shiggis. Officer, Commission Counsel, or sorry, my fellow commissioners may have some questions. Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your sharing of information today. I do have some questions for you. Hopefully you're in a position to answer some of them. And forgive me in advance if I'm asking some that are already on record from the working group meetings. So when you first started to share with us today, you talked about the amendments that were made in April, or following April 2022 to policy, and led your sharing of information with us about the example of basically widening or expanding the circle of who can keep their review dress to include people who are leaving with good conduct, but with with a medical discharge. What precisely in those recommendations that you made serve to strengthen or tighten some of the practices in the RCMP? I made some notes as we went along, but can you specify for us some of the tightening examples again?
Prior to that, any member resigning with less than 20 years service could make a request to retain their ceremonial uniform, not their service order. What we did is we tightened it and made the circle smaller by restricting those that resigned to go to just to leave the police service or maybe go to another police service. But we still allowed the compassion for a member that was being medically discharged for possibly an illness or an injury caused while on duty to retain their ceremonial uniform. So we tightened it rather than expanded.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. You talked about some of the recourse that the RCMP would have if somebody who was allowed to retain their service dress and they were acting in such a way to bring disrepute to the organization or to government of Canada, whereas this is a government purchased uniform. When somebody acts inappropriately while in uniform, while in active service, they are subject to the code of conduct. So that's a recourse that you have. When somebody leaves and takes their service dress with them, the only way, if I'm to understand you correctly, the only way that the RCMP can address that is by asking for the return or, in a certain circumstance, actually seeking a search warrant to retrieve that information.
Those items, that's correct, Commissioner.
Right, so they aren't subject in any way, shape, or form to the Police Act after they retire in terms of being in uniform in public realm.
That's correct. Section 49 of the RCMP regulations dictate when and how to use the equipment within the RCMP, the uniform, the wearing of the use of the badge, the use of our symbolism. Once they retire, they're no longer subject to the code of conduct.
Okay. So the recourse really is just to seek to retrieve that the review dress.
Seek voluntary compliance in returning, and if that fails, then a recourse is a legal authorization.
The review dress is very iconic, and you had mentioned the history of the uniform. Some have aged out over time. Sorry to put you on the spot for this particular question, but do you know when the RCMP Red Surge and the review dress was last modernized?
That would, I'd have to defer to Steve Carroll for the exact date. I do believe in the 80s and 90s, the cut and the nature of the review, the tunic, the red surge, went from a two-pleated or from a one-pleated to two-pleated. The exact date, I'm not aware. It was modernized because, again, prior to 1974, it was predominantly male. And then in the 80s, late 80s, 90s, and I apologize, I don't have the exact date, our female members were entitled to wear the red surge versus their female uniform that was iconic from 74 to the red surge. And I believe it was in that era that there was minor modifications to the red surge, but only from the tailoring, but not from the image itself.
Okay, thank you. What process is in place for the RCMP to ensure that those members who are turning out for ceremonial or regimental funerals or ceremonial events, Remembrance Day, are wearing the most current version of the red surge after they've retired? Is there a process for that, or do they just show up in whatever red surge they retired in?
It'll be the red surge that they retired in. However, if we have someone that's, let's say, comes on contract as a reserve constable after they've retired and wishes to, and is assisting in performing community events or citizenship, if they need to change their review order because of weight gain or loss or size change, we will then facilitate that uniform, the exchange of a new uniform for them. But when a member retires, the review order that they're given is, generally speaking, a review order that they'll maintain for the rest of until they pass.
The members who do receive an updated red surge for whatever reason, as you've just outlined, is there a cost to them for that replacement, or is that gifted to them from the RCMP and Government of Canada?
If they're serving, it's fair wear and tear, and it could be for weight gain and weight loss.
Right.
I'll be honest, when I went through depot in 81, I needed to get a new surge in the late 90s, and it would be fair wear and tear. The musical ride members will have additional issues of the red tunic because, again, while performing continuously through their tours, they'll need those red surges. When they retire, that's the one uniform that they have.
Okay, thank you. At one point when you were sharing with us, you talked about the processes that are in place to accept or deny a member keeping their red surge and their review dress once they go into retirement. And some of those processes that are in place, specifically around the service dress, is to ensure that the service dress is turned in so that a person couldn't use their service dress for criminal intent. I'm wondering where the distinction is made between whether or not criminal intent or criminal actions or code of conduct issues can happen in service dress, they can happen in ceremonial dress or review dress. So how is that, if the concern is the organization wants to reduce the risk that somebody can go out and impersonate a serving member, but there's no distinction between the service dress, pardon me, there's no distinction between the review dress for retired members versus active members. How is that distinction made? Why is, if you can speak to that, I'm not sure if you can or not.
So in simplest terms, the retired member in his service dress or her service dress would have what we call a strip Sam Brown, no intervention options. So the cross strap and the belt would be brown, similar to boots and breeks, the Stetson. And they would be authorized only to wear it during approved events. That is our control mechanism and our oversight. With regards to regular members, again, if a regular member wishes to attend and wear review or walking out order for their wedding or an event that they wish a convocation at for a degree in a university, that approval must be granted as well. So we monitor and track those requests.
One of the questions I'd asked last week of our panel was to talk a little bit about the RCMP Veterans Blazer. And we are to understand that the Vets Blazer is something that retired members can choose to purchase upon leaving service. I'm wondering if there's ever been, number one, discussion about the use of the Veterans Blazer in lieu of a red surge in your working group meetings, and whether or not there's been a cost-benefit analysis done on a member retiring with the Vets Blazer as opposed to the red surge.
Your two questions, Commissioner. I'll ask the second question first. There has not been a cost-benefit analysis. With regards to the Blazer, That is for the RCMP Veterans Association. That is a separate group
Okay.
entirely from the RCMP. While they are a Veterans Association and they do have connections with the RCMP, they are not governed by the RCMP. They're a separate entity. So that is their uniform and their dress. And I know from a fact in discussions with their Sergeant Major that they have processes and protocols when and where and how to wear it. Not all RCMP members that resign or retire join the RCMP Veterans Association. That's a different process.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. One last question that I have. You made reference to the RCMP Foundation. Can you share with us a little bit of background on the RCMP Foundation, how it's structured and how they factor into this, whether or not it's comprised of RCMP members, if it's part of the official organization, or is it something akin to the Veterans Association? If you could just provide clarity for us, that would be helpful.
I can only give my own personal observations. I'm not formally involved with the Mounted Police Foundation, but the Royal Canadian Mounted Police's uniform and the image of the horse and rider is iconic as a Canadian symbol, internationally and domestically. In the past, the trademarking of that symbol and the RCMP brand itself started with the Disney Corporation, and then it transitioned into the Mounted Police Foundation. And the Mounted Police Foundation is a standalone. It does have direct ties with Commissioner Lucky and the RCMP, but it is the venue or the center with regards to intellectual property. So if someone wishes to market sweaters, paraphernalia, everything from cups to pens to coins to clothing, and use the horse and rider or the RCMP image or trademark RCMP GRC, they must go through the Mounted Police Foundation. And Kevin Lawton is, I believe, right at the moment, the Chief Executive Officer, but I'm not familiar with their structure, so it'd be inappropriate for me to answer that.
Thank you very much. Very helpful. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have no questions. Ms. Young?
Sorry. Does Commissioner Stanton have any questions? Just a bit of housekeeping, Commissioners, if you don't mind. Madam Registrar kindly drew to our attention that we inadvertently assigned the first exhibit today with a number that's already been assigned, which was exhibit 2126. So could we please change the exhibit number for the first exhibit today, con number 0040039, which was the uniform dress manual? Could that be marked with the next exhibit number that's available?
2142.
Thank
Thank you.
you, and thank you again, Officer McCambridge, for your testimony today and for joining us and assisting us with our mandate. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. And we'll break now until 1 o'clock, at which time we'll hear submissions. I think, Ms. Hutman, you are up first at 1 o'clock. All right, we look forward to that then. Thank you. We'll break till 1 o'clock.
Thank you. The proceedings are on break and will resume at 1 o'clock.
They really pissed themselves into a corner, you know, with this terrible cover story that they've got going. Wow. Okay. Fair enough. You want to sell that? Then you're going to charge people, right? Criminal intent. Oops. You just admitted it. So did Fitch. So either you charge people, or you come clean about what's going on. Terrible. Oh, not well thought out. Wow. If I had no morals, I'll tell you where I'd be. Man, I'm sure some people would lose their jobs. I can write better than this. So can most people. Ugh. either you're going to charge them, right? Because it's your own admission. Criminal intent. You admitted that yourselves, right? That was your concern with the uniforms. Okay. So who's getting charged? I don't think it's just like people who would, the relatives who would be giving out items from uniforms knowingly to criminals. It would additionally be people who were not taking the uniforms back, right? You know? What a whole bunch of guff there too. They like to fill it with garbage. Weight analysis. What about a vest? Can we talk about a vest? Maybe it's is it an orange vest? Puffy? Blue coat? Huh? Fail. Fail. Not well thought out. I know that they assume that people aren't using the gray cells, but problem is that people do. People do. Shitting their diapers. Diapers. Charge them. Lock them up. Yep. Yep. All kinds of negligence here. Wow. So either you do one of two things, and I suspect the latter is the better. Just come out of it. Come clean. Save yourselves this hoo-ha. More people are going to get outed. More people are just going to have to move along. It won't go away, by the way, you know, like their reputation will precede them. No matter where they go, especially in the day of the internet. Yeah, they can try and muzzle somewhat, but it won't work, especially in blockchain. Ouch. Not that I'm a real techno person, but kind of permanent then. Take their pensions. Yep. Yep. Do criminals qualify for pensions? Not sure if they're convicted. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So then that I'm just following their logic, right? Not necessarily that I believe it, because I don't. It's just terribly flawed logic. So if it's criminal, well, then you charge them, right? Oh, they're worried about people might be a weak link. Maybe if they got charged, they might start spitting truth. Best not charge them. Purgatory. They want to leave everybody in purgatory. Like the MCC mandate. The MCC can't even change their own diapers. We can call people. We can subpoena people. Really? So please demonstrate that then. Well, we've decided that maybe that might not be in the best interest of trauma. A terrible skirt behind. Terrible skirts they build. Ooh. Ooh. Because then again, everybody can see the trauma that you perpetrate on all the rest of us. Right? So then, trauma for people who might be guilty, but those that really had nothing to do with anything. You know, people sitting around their computers, paying attention to what you do. Better traumatize them. Better traumatize, I don't know, kid on the street in a stroller. That makes sense. Hissed yourself in a terrible corner there, too. Oh, but there's woman beating. Right. Love the emails. Love them. Very, very insightful. Are they dropping the big one yet? What was that? Still waiting for that. No, of course not. Individual emails? Okay. What was it? How many pages at least? 400 and some odd pages. Oh, those will be great. And this is like phase 1. Just wait until it moves to discovery in a civil case. But for those that don't settle, oh my, discovery is a terrible thing to go through if you're burying stuff. Anybody who has any knowledge of legal matters understands that. Discovery is awful, especially if you've got good lawyers. Ooh, horrendous. Another new document. Thank you. Okay, let's do 1795. 17955. All right, let me see if I can go and scoop this one up. Drop a link in there. 17955. Okay, thank you ever so much. What would we do without all the techno stuff? I don't know where I would be. Thank you. Here's the link. I believe, did I link the right one? Oops, my apologies. I linked the other one. See, this is why I don't do well. Reload. What's going on here? Loading, because my internet's very slow. CSE loves this kind of shit, you know? Too bad. Brains are better than computers. Okay, so there's the new document. I did have a little bit to leaf through there on the other one, up to, okay, now I don't know, oh dear's the person to be asking on this one for sure. But I think that, I've had a feeling, a suspicion that they may be removing documents and then sticking other ones in place to kind of keep that placeholder at, say 1040 for a few days. Is that true? Have they substituted in other other comms in place of, say, a picture or something? They just take the picture down and then fill it in with something else so nobody kind of notices. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Let's see what this is. Witness subject list. $1,064 pages. Oh my. That's quite the document. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was downloading like madman every day, but then I have gotten lazy. Jerry. There's Jerry. And Angela. I think Angela's also quite senior in the investigation. So she doesn't get quite pigeonholed into that one. Is this a searchable document? I presume no. No. Okay. Well, let's do this then. We'll do that while we're waiting. Just OCR that. Because they want to make things very accessible for all people. They want you to know the truth. This is going to do damage to my computer. How many files is it going to open? I think I can only open 50 at a time. It's kind of sad. I don't know why they limit that. I'm sure there's some setting I can change. Okay, not responding, of course, because now it's not happy. We'll wait on that for a moment. Meanwhile, the MCC should, well, of course, cognitive dissonance. You should be doing that. Why aren't they doing that? I just don't understand why they don't ask that. Mm-hmm. OCR, MCC. Well, what's that? It's just bonging out. Brain power? Well, that's demonstrative. Shame. Shame. Oh, we just didn't know. We used Titan Share for journalists, but you know what, family members? No, you got to come to the office. What are you talking about, man? We don't want to traumatize anybody. Think about reading files or seeing a video or something like that. You know, they have to go to you, and it's very traumatic. Is that a good time to drive home? When my grandmother had her funeral, I was foolish and young, and I didn't listen to my mom. And she said, just take the limousine. You're not going to be in a good state. And I'm like, no, I'm fine. You know how that ended, don't you? Me driving into an island, of course, because I was not in the right mind. So, this is what happens. So why would you subject people to that? I don't know. Say, I'm not sure. I'm just picking a journalist at random. You know, Tim Bousquet gets to sit around and watch videos in his PJs at home. Whereas, fill in the blank, family member who wants to learn the same thing has to go to their lawyer's office and drive home in a state of mind that they probably shouldn't be driving. But you don't want to traumatize people. Who would be in a better state here? Would it be fill in the blank Tim Bousquet, or in his PJs at home, or fill in the blank family member who, after witnessing things and going through things that's very traumatic, bringing back all kinds of memories and pain for the last 2 years and all the memories that they had before, is that going to possibly endanger their lives? Oh, I think so. Seems like you're very concerned with protective uniforms. How do you help improve Adobe products? Blow me! How's that? Now, you all fail, and when this is all said and done, computers go in the garbage. Maybe. I have other things to... Okay, where is this file? I want to have that running in the background. Okay, here we go. Now, because they don't think that people actually do this stuff. If I could get rid of the hourglass. But of course, many people do. Many of you do. Oh dear, certainly does. Let's go. Let's start with that. Recognize text in this file. Keep going. Now, stop hogging cloud space, and then your computer will run better. Well, I'm tired of all the hard drives. You know, there's somebody else out there who I won't cite, but I definitely have heard something about they're not happy about their computer. Hard drives and cloud space being eaten up. Dramatic, you know? Having to, I mean, it's very minor, but it's a very big inconvenience. People could be spending time with their children, you know, doing healthy things instead of trying to get answers for people that you, the MCC and the government and the RCMP, have zero interest in getting answers for. In fact, you have all the interest in screwing them, maybe even endangering their lives. So 23 potentially becomes more. Funny, the man who was testifying this morning, his mental health. People who are involved with this, lawyers are going to have some interesting questions for them, I do hope, about the trauma that's been inflicted on family members. The ongoing trauma. Yes. I didn't want to cite you out unwarranted. I never know. People want to be talked about. I don't. Lobster lunchtime. Where are they at this morning? The Hilton, the Holiday, who knows? Are they still on a break? No, they shit their diapers some more. It's too bad. C says, how do they get in our cloud space? Oh, they get in everything. Project Wide Awake is just one, which of course got furthered powers. Well, what is this? They're drawing all over it? Nice. I guess this is their own documents. Judge McClellan. Provide samples of blood. There are some interesting things in here. Oh, Mr. Joel Pink. Also had to replace another computer. I started to crap out as well. Well, I vote that government taxpayers. No. Actually, I'll change that. I vote RCMP pension pays for OTR have a new computer. Seems fair, at the very least. R.V. Workman. Is that where we're going to find out a certain law firm? Workman versus Workman. Yes. Workman versus Workman. Who was involved with that? Moose? Sorry. Indo Blue gets his hard drives for free with charge at the dump. Yes, he has an extra big supply that he just finds documents on, classified documents. And then he's in global news. Funny that. I like the interview that they did and then didn't feature. Maybe his popularity went down. Too bad that was captured. Oh, the story is so big. This is not about 23 deaths. It's how to cover up RCMP crimes. Or even greater. Could be something much bigger than that. It's clearly something very big at work. Compromising a lot of people. Making them do things that I'm sure many of them are going to pay for, at least personally in terms of mental health and well-being, for the rest of their lives. Terrible. No comment. First phone started, I thought this was supposed to be on Earth as it is in heaven. These people are acting like Satan. Well, I don't know. I believe that that's part of the puzzle, at least biblically. Right? My devices are sluggish, exhibiting bizarre sounds. Makes one wonder as to causation. Yes, it's kind of one of those remarkable coincidences. Don't you think? Tin foil. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as CSE. Doesn't exist. Nah, Project Wide Awake. What's that? No. Oh. All those wonderful things, all those techie things, the Celebrites and stuff like that. But, well, you know. And you have skirts to hide behind, like bonging out radios, websites that are not accessible, not transparent, documents that aren't. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Ken, I did not say good morning to Ken. Good afternoon. Oh. Huh. Errors. Fuck, man. What page am I on now? Oh, no. Honestly. Oh. Maybe it's firing back up again. He'd have to sit there pressing OK. City girl Banfield would be traumatized. Wrong shoe color on match her coat. Let alone something real like this. People shouldn't be protected because they're extra whiny, including RCMP. Well, I'm not gonna say that she's whiny. She's just part of the big picture. As to keep them hidden from view. More garbage. pronouns, just ways to label people. Sexist, racist. You see all the regular cards they play too. Racist, that's come up today. Yeah. Pretty transparent. But moving along. Is anyone else getting white noise in the background? Oh, that's unfortunate. I always wondered why white noise is called white noise. I don't think I've actually researched that at one point. I like to look up stupid things like that. Oh, the tide is turning. The boat is sinking. Sinking hard. I'm not speaking as to necessarily the political issues, but tide's turning in the world. What are these documents? Page 175. What is this? I don't know. Obviously, I can't see. There seem to be a lot of pages of just nothingness there. Oh, Barna. Okay. Yes, Barna. Is Barna camping out at the big stop? Oh, there's Harvey. The Harvey's name is mentioned there. Okay. Interesting. Well, there's two Harveys. RCMP Harveys and HRP Harvey. Briggs, I don't know. Oh, drug dealers. Okay. Yeah, so there's many accounts been documented. Sure, there's tons out there that at least I haven't come across. But there's a few. Oh. Why? I'm presuming that the bottom part of that picture has notes. Yes. What was it? I like the picture of the dental lab with the, what is it? Mocking? No, MK Ultra. Somebody updated the Google for that, I think. When was that? It may have changed now. Google. Dwell back into the denture shops that have clothing websites that are run out of dry cleaners. Uh-huh. Oh, and charities. I like that one too. Yeah, let's see. Where was this one? MK Ultra. Who supplied these nice photos again? Oh. Oh. Funny that. Anyway. Hard drives. Of course. Maybe videos. Federal raids. Banfield. on the news. Oh. Who did? Sorry. Amongst the host of other accounts. Oh yeah, well, multiple. No. Always had multiple ones. CSE is busy. Well, the website's archived. People archiving stuff for a long time. Receipts are good. Yeah, here we go back to this again. Not sure. I'm hoping there's something in addition underneath those. All seems rather complicated. That big stop is going to be a big problem. Big problems at the big stop. They never do. Light shines. Milton. This must be the full report. We got the 2-page report. This must be the big stop. This one will be a good read. Always been curious about the car sitting down there, the clocks that don't line up. I wonder if I still have that queued up. You guys, here, I'll give you one head scratcher. You remember when they were talking about the motion cameras down at the restaurant at the big stop? And that was why there was no picture other than the gray Mazda at the pump. Problem with that is that they said he did a U-turn in front of the restaurant. So even if you believe they're BS, which of course I don't, but that would mean that the camera would turn on whilst he was doing the U-turn, not while he's over at the pump. Oops. Also, the gas receipts. Everybody likes the gas. I'll tell you, it seems to be a very popular place. I think it's going to become a tourist attraction. I'm very interested into why it's so popular. Maybe it's proximity to the airport. Who knows? Who knows? Lots of people like to go down there all day, hanging out down there. Let's see, another interesting observation was passed along to me. V28. What are some of the other ones? Driver, whatever. All these different accounts. CSE fail. I know I have it on my phone. Oh, right. It wasn't there. Oh. Headaches. Headaches abound. Let's see here. Well, I can show you on my phone. I can actually search the document. One moment, please. The thing to make you go, G investigative. Tasks action report. Pictures from witness camera. G Vanderkoy. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Action 20th, April 20th, 2020. Okay. Task action ID author Leger. 2020, April 18th at 4:15. Oh, okay. A witness interview taken on April 18th. Oh, okay, so we have 2 times that's repeated. By Sergeant Leger and Sergeant Raymakers, Craig Vanderkoy provided 32 gigabyte SD card containing picture from his camera taken at the scene where Constable Stevenson was killed. Oh, well, that seems to be 2 times possibly that there's a typo there. How could you take pictures before she died? What that about? Strange. Maybe somebody just has typing problems. Times 2. It's probably just typing problems, but it's an odd one, I will say. What was the citation on him? Witness Craig Vanderkoy had been one of the people watching as the gunman killed Stevenson and Weber, and had taken photos of the silver SUV the gunman stole from Weber. He shared the photos with the tactical team members when they arrived and told them it was an older model SUV. I think that's a bit of an insertion there. Like a Chevy Tracker. I think that's maybe an addition. Somebody added in there to help the narrative along, although it was in fact a Ford Escape. That just doesn't seem to really work, though. I'm having difficulties why they're taking pictures beforehand. Maybe he takes pictures of the road. I don't know. Any thoughts? Yes, expensive cameras. Don't worry, taxpayer funded. No hurt, just hiding the video hides how fast ERT shot. Yes, those are great videos. This is not the place to be asking. I keep saying I'm going to. If you think Hubley needed gas, he would have got it in Elmsdale. Exactly. Look, 2 gas stations that Tav like to fill up at the Petro, which they're willing to talk about that. Sobeys and Truro going down. Oh, I wonder if it's just we're mistaken here. We went to the Sobeys in Elmsdale. Everybody seemed to be ready. Oh, we need gas again. We're under half a tank. Okay. Making sense. No. Bullets in the left arm. Stippling through windows. I like that. That one's pretty good. Perhaps Hubie was looking for the best price so he can save taxpayers a few cents. That seems probable. I appreciate his fiscal conscience. Very thoughtful. Well, let's see what else is going on in that document as it's scanning away there. Perhaps something will be, even as it's doing its garbage, you can sometimes see things. I'm going to grab a coffee. If you do witness something in here that you think is good, CD from Irving Station. McGrath. Oh, this is going to have all kind of goodies in it, I think. All right, I'm going to grab, compare what time he left Elmsdale, the video. Fast to get there that quick behind a Mazda 3. I like the Mazda. Is it just me? Was it just me? It did appear like there was a car shaped like a Mazda waiting on the other side of the highway. You know, after the clip. So you didn't see where that car went, the Mazda 3. Was it just me? Everybody else see that too? Didn't they say the Petrocan pumps were locked? No. I think they said there was orange bags, to which actually I don't have any photographs of any orange bags, funnily enough. They said some of the pumps were closed. So they had to go to that pump. Because they had to turn around. Excuse me. In front of the motion sensor camera, which didn't really work. I think Odeer and I would make a really good team because I can see things sometimes just as she can. I have a pretty good memory dump of clips in my head. Unfortunately, I just don't have the time to stick it all together, nor the skills. Well. Oh, yes, the Fisher photo. Fisher tape problems abound. All right, I'm going to grab a coffee. These people should be coming back. Julie, are you keeping track of the official work schedule they're doing? Was that Brown and Melanson? Or the Halifax group that was just waiting there for no reason? Oh. The window must be shattered because they shot through it. Of course, that happened. Yeah. I have to get a video made before this computer go poo-poo. I can't complete any videos. They're in the mind. One day. There's lots of time to unpack things. permanent records and things. Do excuse me while I get a coffee. Any observations? The meeting with the superintendent, what is his name? HRP, RCMP dispatched a scribe, one of her duties. She scribed a meeting after all this happened. Interesting. Why would they have a meeting? Didn't think it was necessary. Halifax not very involved, right? Halifax more involved than we think. Travis Dow's got to bring out the code book. I speak cryptically. Arranged to pick up earth weapons. Casings of unknown origin. Yes. It's not like they're stamped. Oh, okay. 223 and 9mm. I think I saw that there were multiple 9mm casings. Yes, okay. Well, that would make sense. Half-name Macquarie. For who she's friends with. Is she friends with anybody in this story? Name seems to pop up quite a bit. Friends with. Oh, contingent of a certain school. Well, I saw the Smith & Wesson in the hand. Oh, Bose does follow up. Oh, good. How many people are going to go down with this one? I fear a lot. How many institutions possibly? I was speaking to somebody in the background who helps out quite a bit. And I kind of just threw that line in there as a testing the waters. And I said, I think this one may just be the undoing. And there wasn't any hesitation. Yeah, no, I think probably. I was like, oh, okay. That's a fairly learned opinion. I would, yeah. What's going on now? Okay. Mars. Keith Stoddard. Does Halifax have a swearing an oath, the same thing as the RCMP? I have no idea, Sandy. I don't know that Halifax. I've never even been able to quite been able to figure out the exact relationship between Halifax and RCMP. The very beginning of all this, there was an article in the Examiner where I believe that they had ATIP notes from City Council on the Halifax Regional Police in respect to a meeting that was done. And, well, they were told to pound sand. I found that interesting. It was prior to this, but very secretive. And they clearly, they're an institution, additionally, that has a very unique relationship, unlike anything else in the world. Halifax, with two police forces, one of which being the national police force, to intermingle quite a bit. National operations. It's very clear. I mean, looking at this kind of stuff, I'm sure those of you who, sorry? The circle. You can hear it in the background, right? The list. Oh, there's a list. Big stop, big problem. I actually have a video sitting in my StreamYard tray. Where I was going to do a video on let's focus on Big Stop. I know I've communicated that to a couple of people back at April 21st. Big Stop, big problem. Big problem. There's going to be a lot of undoing to the narrative down at the Big Stop. You have to find the ones that are kind of, you get a thread and then you got to keep pulling on them a little bit more, digging. HRP hard copy. So you're having a good scour there, Julie? By gaslight. The psychological warfare. Modifications. Oh, I don't think they were claiming there was a modification, but oh, okay, indigenous stuff. Oh, well, indigenous stuff. Who was in indigenous? Indigenous is an interesting portfolio. Some of the players in the story go to indigenous. They have that in their work history. Just getting data and time, what I'm concentrating on. That's awesome. We should collaborate on some pieces. I'm sure you have many I do not, and perhaps I may have one or two I've come across. Oh, yes, of course. It's like scrubbing WD-40 and wire brushes, only to foam. Because that's logical. I liked Todd's joke there. Perhaps the WD-40 and the wire brush was used on the real badge. Shots away. And so I need to read the McLeod. I've been meaning to do that one too. Read the McLeod statements side by side with the Jubilee one. Bit different. Manly. Sniper Team Halifax. Okay. Police officer and go boom boom. What? Boom boom. Alex Fox. Oh, the motorcycle. Yes. Yeah, the logs, those ones have some issues. give me a call. I don't think we can talk about that on the air. Nothing to see here. It's not some people in and some people out. Black gun. Oh, the shit. I like this tractor too. Really fucks up the tweeter's line though, but you should just throw it away. Just say somebody phoned 911, you mistakenly thought, and tweeted that out. That would be better. I understand that there would be some possible fault, but who cares? It's not your money. Kodiak. Paul. Jeff Curry in Ontario. Yes, of course. Inconclusive. Neither can be confirmed nor eliminated. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. Anybody figured out where the missing 40 caliber is at? The one that was in the log pile. For a guy being shot 15 times, driver's side in his car is pretty damn clean. The car is very clean. I did notice that too. Shiny. Probably nothing, but oh, Pat Curran. I still get notifications about him. Oh, there's somebody famous with the same name. Constable Jowdry. Quite bloated, isn't it? It's very bloated. T-shirt was so white. Yeah. Shot in the head or not shot in the head? Sir Only. Toxicology reports. I thought he was drinking. Well, no alcohol, right? Strictly prohibited. Well, that's That may be a bit of a reach, but where is the 40 caliber on the wood pile? It just kind of went poof. At least so far in my reading. Halfpenny Macquarie. Brown envelopes. Stanton, Sean Stanton. Well, I just would think, you know, that's how alcohol tests generally work in toxicology. You're able to detect the alcohol. Yeah, I've asked that question. I can't seem to find record, but I wonder. A lot of the same last names pop up. Superior clothing, like super weather tight spandex. Sometimes simplest explanation is the easiest. It's all horseshit. But I believe that if you consume alcohol, it still shows in your system at least 24 hours later. I don't know. I don't know about Chowdhury. I have no idea. Zero. None to my knowledge, but just interesting things to note. Can you get you can, yeah, well, yeah. Well, that's if you're super consuming. But I think even it just still detects it. That you've been consuming alcohol to any capacity. Blood work.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Okay, so let's see what the lawyers do with this one. I guess this will run away in the background. So not in his system, but likely noticeable. Services contract signed by Felix. I think Keith bailed, didn't he? Who was it that bailed? Midway, like pretty much last minute too. Well, I'm going back to Halifax. Oh, it was Hovey, I think. Hovey. Kevin Hovey. From Chris. That'll be interesting. Well, the residents that they were searching down in Masstown. Don't talk about that either. Maybe related to somebody who's got bad video equipment.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Van Wart.
Good afternoon. For the remainder of the day, we will be using our proceedings time to hear from participants. We have invited participants to make submissions in writing, orally, or both with regards to the issue of access to firearms, enforcement, smuggling, and regulatory approaches. We will be hearing 5 sets of submissions this afternoon. We will begin with Linda Hupman from Birchall McDonald, who represent the Tuck Oliver family, and Lillian Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Van Wart. Ms. Hupman.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good afternoon. Just out of deference to our firm's founding partner, it's Birchall McDougall. I'm sure that was just a slip, but we would not want to misrepresent that gentleman.
Thank you.
Yes, as noted, I'm Linda Hupman, and with my co-counsels, Steve Tofsky and James Russell, we represent the family members of Lillian Campbell and the Tuck Oliver family. My submissions this afternoon will be quite brief on the firearms foundational document and related issues regarding access to firearms enforcement, smuggling, and the regulatory regimes. Primarily brief because we do intend to address some aspects of that topic in more depth in our written submission package due later in the proceedings in respect of this block of foundational documents and topics. And I think at that point we will speak more more in depth about things, the policy type issues and so on. Today I simply want to speak briefly about a couple of aspects of the actual foundational document on firearms that was presented yesterday. And in respect of that document, we just want to raise the possibility in respect of the information contained in that document from in respect of the perpetrator's possession and acquisition of firearms that was referred to from the earlier statements of Lisa Banfield in April and July of 2020, her first initial RCMP interviews. And of course, we know that Ms. Banfield is now, or there is a process, and I don't know if her interviews with Commission Counsel have been concluded as yet, but we certainly are alive to the fact that there may be more details and information coming from that interview process, which would bear relevance to the firearms topics. So we look forward to whether more can be added to our understanding from her on those issues when those interviews are concluded and are disclosed. So I guess we just want to highlight that perhaps the door is not closed for certain on the information that may come through that process. The other thing I wanted to make note of today is just to note a couple, in particular one, in some inconsistencies in the information contained in the document yesterday in regarding the earlier interactions with police, the complaints to the police from 2010, 2011, and 2013. And in particular, we are thinking of the information in the complaint originating with Mrs. Brenda Forbes And the fact that in dealing with information from Brenda Forbes and her husband George, there were two occasions. One originated from the interview with Mr. Forbes about being shown firearms by the perpetrator, and then the information in the section on the complaint to the RCMP from 2013, based on the contact from Mrs. Forbes, found at paragraphs 80 to 88 of the foundational document. And from reviewing those paragraphs and the information contained therein, there is inconsistencies in the attempt to resurrect from investigating officers at the time, their recollection, their notes, and so on. Mrs. Forbes, in her interview, has been referring to the fact she'd made the complaint of domestic violence incident involving the perpetrator and his spouse, and that she raised the issue of illegal firearms at that time. So far, as noted in the document, it appears that there's a different view or understanding of the nature of the complaint from the investigator, one of the investigators. We do note that the document does contain a reference to the fact that continuing efforts are being made to attempt to get additional information from, I believe it's Constable Maxwell, Sutherland, and McIsaac. We look forward to whether any more information is able to be provided to us from that source, but also note that the recollection at this point from the looking back at the earlier complaint investigation is that it's recalled as not being a domestic violence complaint, but it was more related specifically to Mrs. Forbes and her concerns personally with the perpetrator. And so we think that that inconsistency should be fleshed out more, and we would suggest and will be suggesting in our written submissions on additional witnesses that Mrs. Forbes might be an appropriate witness to investigate that inconsistency area more thoroughly. So we make mention of that here. And as well, as I said, look forward to seeing whether any more clarity can be forthcoming from the exact nature of that complaint and how, and therefore how it was handled, and what else, whether that had any impact or could have been different. And then just on a general note, I think we feel it's important to comment on and reflect on the information coming through from the Firearms foundational document, and to a related extent from the police paraphernalia and replica cruiser document on the issue, which we find and I'm sure many people are, after learning, concerned about the widespread knowledge that there appeared to be about the perpetrator's weaponry, as well as his police paraphernalia and the replica car. And, you know, there's no easy answers to why, with this knowledge known to so many family, friends, neighbors, casual acquaintances, co-workers, about both the weaponry and his other activities regarding the police items, how, and many of them knowing, and especially with relation to the firearms, that they would be, that they were illegal, and some of them even commenting on knowing that he had smuggled them into the country. So that raises very, I guess, societal or cultural questions of how we, how this happens, and how people and can, how it happens that all of this information is known, but people don't feel compelled to really push on that information and act on it. And that's not to say people necessarily should have. No one really has a positive obligation to report those kinds of things. But whether in our further work in phase 2 and so on are roundtables, topics, and there may be existing ones that can, that this could be covered on, to look at what it is. Is it a product of our culture? Is it a product of our communities, our Nova Scotia laid back lifestyle? What is it that leads people to not, I guess, tell on their neighbors or raise these concerns, knowing that that it is concerning? So I guess that's just an area that I know that many people are probably troubled by, and I look forward to leaving with you, the commission and your team, to see how we can explore that going forward and examine to what extent things like that can be encouraged without mandating. I mean, nobody obviously wants to, start making people compelled by law to pass on certain, those kinds of things. But I think that's an issue that hopefully can be explored through some of the work going forward, and that might lead to some kind of positive initiatives that could encourage that kind of thing to happen, and not just to be known. And so we knew he had a lot of weapons, but to hopefully in the future know that when that information is out there, that there is a better likelihood that it will become known and steps can be taken before it's too late. And those are all my comments for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Hutman. They're very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutman, and I do apologize for misstating your firm. It was inadvertent. Next, we will be hearing from Anastasia Merrigan, who will be appearing virtually. And I would just introduce Ms. Merrigan. She represents a coalition that includes Transition Houses Association, Nova Scotia, Women's Shelters Canada, and Be the Peace Institute.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My submissions today on behalf of the coalition are related to 2 specific witnesses that the coalition has identified as being necessary for the commission to further investigate in relation to the Firearms foundational document. The coalition notes that to date, the commission has adopted or at least the foundational document seems to have adopted the evidence provided by the RCMP almost without question, and has not made significant attempts to further investigate the conflicting evidence that arises from both Brenda Forbes and from Constable Wiley. And the submission of the coalition is that a proper examination of all of this conflicting evidence is necessary so that we understand what led the why behind what happened. Piggybacking a little on Ms. Hutman's comments, the commission needs to be able to understand what happens when complaints are made, what the process is after that, and this will inform the understanding of why people do not complain. At least that's the submission of the coalition. So to begin with Ms. Forbes, the coalition submits that Ms. Brenda Forbes should be called as a witness in order to test her evidence, which does contradict the evidence of the RCMP, specifically related to the perpetrator's possession of firearms and their knowledge of that possession. And the coalition further submits that Constable Wiley be called as a witness in order to clarify his relationship with the perpetrator, as that's where the conflicting evidence lies. And that relationship then relates directly to whether or not investigations were made into threats against the perpetrator's family and whether or not the perpetrator possessed weapons, whether legal or illegal. We know that this form's evidence, as has been suggested, suggests that complaints were made and that conflicts with the RCMP evidence to date. Constable Wiley's evidence is that he does not have any note of an investigation into the complaints that were received by the Halifax Regional Police, denies telling the Halifax Regional Police that the perpetrator was a friend of his, that he knew the family troubles. And again, where there is this conflicting evidence between the Halifax Regional Police and Constable Wiley's recollections, I think the coalition's position is that that evidence should be tested by the commission in the form of calling both Constable Wiley and Brenda Forbes as witnesses. And that process will then allow the coalition to test the evidence and decide how much weight should be given to each of those witnesses' evidence. Those are coalition submissions, unless there are questions.
No questions, but thank you very much for assisting us in our mandate. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Patterson Law represents a number of the families most affected. I understand Matthew McClellan will be making some submissions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As was stated, my name is Matt McClellan. I'm a lawyer with Patterson Law, and our firm represents the families of the victims and those individuals most affected. Just as a kind of a first note on these submissions, I will note that our clients at this point primary interest is still in learning the what happened and getting a bit more of that factual background. And so much of our focus, though we will also touch on phase 2 and things to be considered in phase 3, will still be somewhat phase 1 oriented. Although I've said that, I'm now going to address something that's strictly, I suppose, phase 2. So I expect it's fair to state that the purpose of the commissioned reports, we saw a couple presented yesterday, from experts is to help the commission better understand and interact with the issues as per the mandate, and to elucidate issues and data important to that end. And so this is important as we move toward finding lessons and, again, importantly, what recommendations are ultimately going to come out of this inquiry. And I'll ask Madam Registrar, if you could please bring up COM 0055671, and we'd go to page 25 in the document. So this is one of the commissioned reports that was presented yesterday. And I just want to, as I would say more than anything as an example to a point, draw everybody's attention to this graph that was presented yesterday. So in reviewing the commission report, Mass Shootings and Masculinity, we noted that at some point in the document, the authors provide statistics on the correlation between gun ownership and the rates of mass shootings. And it's our understanding that this is somewhat represented in this scatter plot and linear regression. It's now seen on the screen. Below figure 5, the authors note that the figure, quote, makes clear that guns are only part of the problem, unquote. And respectfully, we do submit that in looking at this, nothing can really be drawn from this data. We don't know what statistical analyses were applied to this data. We don't know how this line, although a line was generated, we don't know how this line was generated, exactly which points were used to generate that. Theoretically, you can have a scatter plot that looks like a circle and still fit a line to it. We don't know if there's a statistically significant correlation one way or the other, inverse or positive correlation between gun ownership and the rates of the mass shooting. And all of this, again, as I said, we use as an example for a larger point that if these reports are to inform recommendations, that will affect Canadians and Nova Scotians and our clients outside of the Canadian borders who are still impacted by what happens in Canada. There does need to be a bit more of a fulsome quantitative analysis, considering some defined independent variables that can be overlaid onto our situation and the experience domestically. For example, such data and analyses and reports could possibly be provided by, say, epidemiologists in the example of gun violence. The takeaway.
Sorry, when you say quantitative analysis, what are you quantifying?
So, right. So I use the term quantitative analysis as to differentiate from what I would expect is a fair characterization of most of the example document, the document that I have up on the screen, as a qualitative research report. So there is somewhat of a quantitative analysis here in that, you know, a linear regression is applied to data points and graphed out. However, it would be beneficial, as our submission, it would be beneficial that we could identify additional independent variables or additional factors to be considered that can be overlaid on our domestic experience. So things like demographics of the population, things like types of guns, what those guns are used for. Again, I don't criticize the use of qualitative analyses or sociological reports. However, if these reports are going to form the subject and the foundation of some recommendations that will impact our domestic population, some additional quantitative analyses may be beneficial. And so further answer your question, one of the issues coming from this, again, don't mean to harp to or just be a backseat statistician to these academics. They do great work. My point is that if we're going to use this for any purpose, I have no idea where these numbers came from or what analysis pipeline was used to generate this figure. So going forward, there is some value in, if we're putting forward something that could be considered a quantitative analysis, have some kind of methodology appended to it, just have a better understanding of what I'm looking at.
I guess my reading of the report was that they were saying almost precisely that the way in which data is collected and even defined makes it challenging to determine what the quantitative analysis might be. I think in a brief report, my understanding of it anyway, and I'm, you know, it's good to have the discussion because I am not a sociologist and nor am I a statistician, but I was trying to just get a sense of what you were saying. And my sense is for an American-based report, they're basing their data on the gun violence archive, which I gather was started from, and I'm just from reading the report, understanding it to have been started because of the challenging nature of how do you define a mass shooting? How is it defined across agencies? How are they counted? And so on. So it seems to me that there's actually quite a challenge with determining quantitative data and analysis. And so it's helpful to learn that. So if we're learning that that's a possibility and perhaps other submissions today will enlighten us on that as well.
And I think that's a fair comment. I do agree that I'm not a sociologist. Neither am I an epidemiologist. I do expect there are some ways to identify variables that will inform some of those recommendations and perhaps do a bit of a more quantitative analysis. When I reference the issue of methodology, again, if we're using some kind of visual representation of data, it would just be good to know. So for example, I take your point as to where the data came from. However, when I mentioned that I don't know what analysis was used, it's fairly common, especially in something like trying to fit a line to a scatter plot, that you will eliminate certain outliers so as not to present a correlation that isn't fair to the overall data. So things like that would be good to know, as again, these are the reports that may go forward to inform certain recommendations down the road. And I can continue, sorry, if that's
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I just, it's helpful to get a little bit more of an understanding of the concerns so that we can see how we can address them moving forward.
Absolutely. I'm always happy to talk stats. So
Great.
yeah,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. I hope I answered your question.
I think we're going to hear more about stats today, so that's good.
Great. Okay, this is a lot of fun then. Good. Okay, so I'm going to actually move off of, I say that, but now we're going to move off of that, and I'm going to move more to the actual foundational document. We do submit that, respectfully, that with regards to the Firearms foundational document, there is still more to learn. I don't think this is a surprising statement to make, but there is still more to learn about how the perpetrator accessed firearms. While this is important at the what stage of the proceedings, having specific knowledge of how he was able to acquire these weapons informs the work over the next two phases. And of course, it's always going to be an important question how he was able to get these weapons over the border. There's an infographic in Relativity related to the perpetrator's cross-border travel. This is at COM number 0028097. This is not yet an exhibit, and so, Madam Registrar, we'd seek to have that tendered as such.
Exhibit 2143.
Thank you. In this document, there's, and I'm going to quote some content from this document. Sorry, go ahead.
Perhaps you could just let the public know essentially what the document is, because they won't know from the number what you're referring to. And actually, I don't have that kind of recall either, so with
Okay.
assistance.
So it's
Thanks.
actually, this is a document that's an infographic generated by the RCMP related to the perpetrator and Ms. Banfield's cross-border travel. So identifying when they crossed the border and some, we'll say, flags that were raised arising from that, or at least that's my read of the content of this infographic. And so I'll just quote one line that's provided in that. So quote, in the data on cross-border movements for March 19th, 2010 and April 9th, 2010, Lisa Banfield and the perpetrator are flagged in the quote, property, unquote, column for quote, drugs, unquote. Likewise, numerous times the perpetrator was flagged for quote, smuggling, quote, in the property column. Again, this is an RCMP generated infographic that we understand it's an RCMP generated infographic, seemingly coming from a pre-existing database. And we'd need more information on where this comes from and what it means. I can't unfortunately provide much more than that. And more broadly, be good to understand if he was flagged, what does that mean and was it acted on appropriately? In the foundational document, the Firearms foundational document, the Commission provides that there were 2 and possibly 3 separate occasions which complaints were made to police regarding the perpetrator and that he potentially had access to firearms, but that there was no evidence to secure a warrant. There needs to be better understanding of the interplay between the police and RCMP databases and whether being flagged for things like smuggling or just generally being flagged between border crossings informs investigations into complaints that an individual has regarding or involving possibly illegal firearms. And returning to the issue that we still have more to learn about what guns were brought across the border and when, not just satisfying the phase 1 goals, but better informing the work to be done in phase 2 and 3. We do anticipate that additional questions can be posed to witnesses like Sean Conlogue and Lisa Banfield to paint a fuller picture of this issue. I thank the commissioners for their time and consideration and thoughtful questions. And unless there are any further, those are our submissions.
And thanks to you.
Thank you.
Thanks to you, Mr. McCall.
Next, commissioners, we'll hear from another coalition. This coalition includes the Canada's National Firearm Association and the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights. They have opted to divide their time. So we'll be hearing from Robert Bracken, who's the Atlantic Regional Director of Canada's National Firearm Association, followed by Rod Giltaca, or I may have that, they'll correct me if I have that order wrong, the Executive Director of the Canadian Coalition for Firearms Rights. In advance of the proceedings today, I've been advised by this coalition that they will be submitting to the commission 2 documents and asking that they be made exhibits. And I indicated I can assist them with the formalities of completing that procedure. So I'll do that now. The first document is a paper called Mass Homicide by Firearm in Canada, Effects of Legislation by Kaylin Langman. And it has been assigned a COM number of COM 0056196.
Exhibit 2144.
The next document has been assigned a COM number of COM 0056193. And it is a paper, and the title of the paper is a commentary on R. Blake Brown's The History of Gun Control in Canada, report to the Mass Casualty Commission, an expert report prepared for the Joint Federal Provincial Commission into the April 2020 Nova Scotia Mass Casualty by Gary Mauser, PhD. I just wanted to clarify, just to avoid any confusion with regards to the title of the paper, as it appears on the first page and then in the body of the paper as well. This report was prepared by this coalition and is being submitted. It was not a report that was prepared at the request of the Mass Casualty Commission. Madam Register, if you could assign an exhibit number, please.
2145.
Okay. And with those formalities completed, I'll look to who would like to speak first. I believe it's Rod Giltaca appearing virtually.
Good afternoon, Mr. Giltaca. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Commissioner McDonald here. Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to my part of this this submission is just to make a few salient points from our report. So as mentioned, the NFA and the CCFR were put together as a coalition. Our organizations are similar in some ways and dissimilar in others. So what we decided to do was to break our report into 2 sections, first being the CCFR's opinion of events and answers to the questions that the commission had asked of us, and then the second part for the NFA. So I'm going to comment on my part of the report. So I would encourage everyone that has access to the report to read it. Certainly the CCFR portion is very, very short. It's only about 6 pages. It's very concise and it's very logical. So the commission, I guess in the beginning, asked us some questions, to address some questions. And if I were to paraphrase them, they would be, where and how did the perpetrator get his firearms? What were any regulatory failings in Canada's firearm controls regime? And do we have any suggestions on how to improve that regulation in order to mitigate or prevent events like this in the future? So I thought, in my time, I would use my time to highlight a couple of important points, and really there's 2 important points. Number 1, all but one of the perpetrator's firearms were illegally obtained in the United States and of course illegally smuggled into Canada. The one firearm that he had in his possession, this is all based on the firearm foundational document. The one domestically sourced firearm that he had was obtained through fraud. And I did not see any evidence presented in the foundational document that indicated that he used that firearm against anyone during his rampage. Next point, which is really important, is this individual was not licensed to own firearms in Canada. The perpetrator took one step towards the licensing process by taking the Canadian Firearm Safety Course. Anyone can, it's just a safety course, there's no vetting, anyone can take that course. But I can only suppose that when he was confronted with the application process, he decided that it would be far easier for him and more advantageous for any future activities that he just sidestepped the entire regulatory regime all at once by not participating in the licensing system. Now, what's important to understand, I think, or at least to consider, is that in our system, our enforcement and justice system operates on the idea of deterrence, you know, a moral or otherwise psychological deterrence. So if I were to behave badly in society, you know, be guilty of some criminal activity, there is a chance that I could be arrested. There's a chance that I could be charged with an offense. There's a chance that I could be convicted, or there's a chance that I could face some kind of punishment. If in regular criminal activity, most criminals do the math. They look at they do the numbers. They look at what are the chances that I'm going to get caught for this activity because I don't have a problem morally with this activity. And typically that's how you see criminals behave. In the situations like this, it's a complete abandon of the idea of deterrence. This individual did not care whatsoever what the consequences or the process there was. And that renders our infrastructure, billions upon billions of dollars and tens of thousands of people involved in that infrastructure, that enforcement and justice infrastructure, renders it irrelevant. And a person like this ends up in a new realm. It's a physical realm. The only way to stop someone like this is through a physical intervention. And in fact, we see this, well, virtually in every single event that fits this type of profile. And we saw it in this event where the perpetrator was eventually, once the police were able to catch up with him and identify him, he was neutralized and it was over. So that's something I think that is really important not to be lost in this endless discussion that we're having about this situation. It's really, really important that we realize this. So I guess all that to say that if you understand the reality of these types of events, and then you try to compare the regulatory system with them, firearm registration, magazine size capacity limits, licensing, possession offenses, not just firearm offenses, but any offense whatsoever, they're all rendered irrelevant in the face of someone who does not acknowledge that system, does not participate in it, sidesteps the whole thing. And to give you an example, we saw that in the Toronto van attack. An individual with a driver's license and $80 rented a van, and he was able to kill 11 people and injure, including critically injure 15 more in 10 minutes. So when someone steps outside of our system and decides it's meaningless, there's no intervention that is meaningful other than a physical intervention. And so I think that's something that people need to consider, or at least keep top of mind when we talk about regulatory reform. So in all practical matters, the most extreme regulatory reform would be a ban on all firearms. So understanding the fact pattern in this case in particular, there could have been a total ban on firearms for 50 years preceding this incident, and it wouldn't have changed this incident at all. Firearms came from outside the country, and you had a person who didn't participate in the system whatsoever. So it's just, as we move forward and talk about regulatory reforms, it's really important that we think about this. Now, as far as any question about how this individual was able to do so much damage in such a short time, I looked at it. I spent a lot of time thinking about this very carefully, and from a lot of different angles. And I think the unavoidable reality is that his ability to do so much damage came from the fact that he was impersonating a police officer. He was able to move around the community for an extended period of time, evade police. In fact, the most damaging part of it probably was the trust that the public perceives in the uniform of a police officer. So metaphorically speaking, people would see a man with a gun in their hands and run towards that person instead of running away from them. So it's, you know, and I don't think it can be understated, the impact of that, because it even caused so much confusion that we had police officers opening fire on each other. And I'm not going to make any comment on that because it's outside my purview, only to say that that's the level of impact it had. So, you know, at the end of the day, our report really highlighted the fact that although we can talk about regulatory changes, we can talk about modifying behavior, but when someone, and this is why these types of situations are so unique, when someone steps outside the system entirely, there's really nothing to make a serious difference, certainly not an all-out ban on guns. And I'll close with one more remark. Because of the physical reality, not the supposed reality, not any type of spitballing about regulation, the physical reality, if there was a gun ban in Canada for the last 50 years, it actually would have put the public even more at risk. And I would just draw your attention to our report and just 2 paragraphs. I'm not going to read them, obviously. You can see the report if you're interested, but 2 paragraphs that involved the situation with Adam and Carol Fisher. So if you can imagine, there's a total gun ban in Canada. It actually would have made a negative difference maybe in that situation. I'm just supposing that we don't have all the evidence that we need to confirm that. In any case, as I said, thank you for the opportunity to make the submission and discuss our report. I'm going to pass the rest of my time over to Robert Bracken of the NFA.
Thank you, Mr. Giltaca. Commissioner Stanton has a question for you.
I just, when you say the commission asked you to answer those questions, do you mean in conversation with our staff when you became a participant in the proceedings?
I guess I'd say that, yeah, these were
Okay.
potential questions for our involvement.
Thanks. And then when you talk about your report, you're referring to the submissions that you have made that were sent in. Is that right? The submissions that you're referencing?
That's correct. Half of it was done for the CFR and half from the NFA.
I see. Okay, yeah, because there were the other 2 reports. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood which document you were referring to. That's helpful. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you again, Mr. Giltaca, for your presentation today. Mr. Bracken, whenever you're ready.
Okay. For brevity, I'm going to limit the scope of what I've covered for the simple reason that on our report to the commission, the first part talks about 5 decades of failed gun control, but I'm not going to cover that. Azar Blake Brown has covered that, and he's done a good job of his historical perspective. But just in the intro, I'd like to add that of great concern to the NFA, we were concerned that this commission would be usurped by certain political and special interest groups who've attempted to portray this tragedy as both a gender-based issue and a reason for more gun control. We don't feel that way. We feel that at its core, this is about the failure of the incident command system with police and the criminal intent of Mr. Workman, sorry, the perpetrator. I'll try not to use his name. Anyway, that's just an intro. So what I wish to do, if you can follow in your guide, is start off on page 7. And one thing I want to quickly talk about were statistics. Canada's homicide rate actually peaked in 1974, about 3 years before the first big round of gun control, C-51. And one thing statisticians will say is you have to look at trends before any legislation is passed to see what was happening. And just on one side note, that we're talking about non-firearms related incidents. I'm recalling the incident at the Bluebird Cafe and the Wagon Wheel bar in Montreal in 1972 when 3 intoxicated patrons were refused entrance. They returned with a canister of gasoline and lit the place on fire and killed 37 people using fuel and ignition as a weapon. And that's something that's often overlooked. Now, referring to a coal, I'm jumping around a bit here. I'm on page 7, so please bear with me. I'm trying to repeat what Brown said. But as far as dissonance or differing opinions, in the wake of École Polytechnique in 1989, the investigating coroner, Dr. Thérèse Serreux, wrote in her 1-page conclusion in chapter 3, the issue of firearms control has intentionally not been addressed. And she went on to state that the issues of police emergency response and pre-hospital care were matters worthy of their full attention. And at that time, Gamio Garbi, who was the perpetrator of that, well, it was understood that his father was an Algerian national who was a misogynist of the first order, which in no way excuses what he did, but at least gives some background. And years later, his mother would subsequently give an interview with CBC and talk about that. And of course, since that time, of course, the events at Ecole Polytechnique have been used to justify more control and exploit the deaths of 14 women. And I understand that the family of Hélène Cogan have given an interview with the CBC and talked about how much anger and sorrow this brings them as that open wound fails to heal. And I'm moving along then. I want to go to page 8, please, and mid-paragraph. In the wake of C-68 and debate in the Senate after the bill's passing, another senator who wasn't going along with this was Ann Cools, and she spoke eloquently against the bill and criticized the idea of a criminal penalty for not having a license simply to possess one's own property, which is what was brought in with that legislation. And she also took certain women's groups and others to task for attempting to treat gun ownership as a gender issue, as well as their frequently misrepresenting homicide stats and firearms use among domestic partners. The senator even quoted Blackstone, and her comments can be found online. I wish to jump ahead here, just for brevity. Excuse me. On page 10, I do reference Dr. John Lott and his website, crimeresearch.org. And this is a very good website for dealing with the mythology of the US. And I bring that into the conversation because in Canada, you almost can't have a conversation about firearms without dragging the US into it. And then you see the arguments about the Second Amendment and some of the mythology we have in this country. One shocking stat I'll mention is that, and this was posted and updated in January 2016, that deaths from mass public shooting in Europe is essentially on par numerically when you compare those to the US, to Europe as a whole or individual states. In fact, there are some states that haven't had mass shootings. And murders in the US are actually quite concentrated. 54% of counties in 2014 had 0 murders. 2% of counties have 51%, and that was from April 2017. Now, the perpetrator, as we know, used police impersonation, which is itself a crime. Now, we have seen the passage of the Police Identity Management Act, but really that's little more than political expediency under the guise of public safety and a solution for looking for really what's a non-existent problem, given what we know was going on that night. And I'll jump ahead to page 12 and the release of the 9/11 tapes in June of 2021. At the beginning of that situation, illustrate that the authorities and persons under attack by a said perpetrator who realized that the attacker was illegally uniformed and equipped. Okay, and of course we have also the ongoing allegations that the perpetrator was a confidential informant with the RCMP, which we still can't confirm. And on that note, I would like to move on, please, to Gary Mauser's commentary on Blake Brown's report. And I'll just briefly sum a few points. Excuse me. On page 3, the most important omission of Professor Brown's submission was his failure to address the effectiveness of firearms legislation. And down at the bottom of the page, Brown hasn't provided any evidence that any particular type of firearm, such as semi-automatic ones, pose any greater threat to public peace than any other. Moving to page 4. Rampage killers aren't limited to using firearms to murder victims. We've heard Mr. Giltaka reference that, where lately people tend to use SUVs and drive on sidewalks, which can be quite successful. And in the next paragraph, Brown notes there's no agreed definition of assault-style firearm. Indeed, that's more of a political term and encompassing cosmetics such as perhaps a pistol grip. But it mentions nothing about the fire control portion, which I think on a 1907 Winchester semi-automatic is the same. And this is how long semi-automatics have been in production. You know, going down to the bottom of the page toward page 4, if the government can confiscate property lawfully held and used by any group claimed to be suspect, then no one in Canada can consider their property safe from arbitrary seizure. And Brown mentions this when he talks about the 19th and 20th centuries, when certain ethnic groups were looked upon that way and had property seized. Page 5. Notably, Professor Brown didn't mention that the killer possessed his firearms illegally. Toward the bottom of page 5, more than 2 million Canadians hold a possession and acquisition license, now called the PAL. Page 6. According to StatsCan, their recent report to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, PAL holders are accused of homicide about half as often as other adults. Excuse me. Now, that is no endorsement of licensing. I don't support the concept of licensing, but it does illustrate the government is continually attacking the wrong people. On page 7, second paragraph, although Professor Blake Brown makes few comments about whether firearms restrictions are effective, he does cite supportive journalists and public health activists such as Simon Chapman, whose research has been thoroughly discredited, and that's endnote 16. By ignoring studies by criminologists, medical doctors, and economists that employ more powerful research methods, Brown leaves a misleading implication that gun bans and arbitrary restrictions on firearms are an effective way to limit multiple victim homicides. Now, on that note, midway through the page, he talks about the testimony of Dr. Caleb Langman. And on that note, I have Dr. Langman's Mass Homicide by Firearm in Canada, Effects of Legislation. I wish to have Dr. Langman subpoenaed so he can testify himself toward his work. He's unique in his approach to this, and to my knowledge, the only professional doing this sort of doing this sort of research in Canada. And he has published peer-reviewed research in the Journal of Interpersonal Violence. And now I've left time open for any questions. That's why I wanted to abbreviate it. And
Sorry. No questions, Mr. Bracken. Thank you.
thank you for your consideration.
Commissioners, our final submission this afternoon will be from Susan Fraser for the Coalition for Gun Control.
Commissioners, good afternoon. It's an honor to appear before you for the first time in this inquiry. We've been watching from afar. My name is Susan Fraser. For those who don't know me, I'm here representing the Coalition for Gun Control. Before I begin my remarks, Commissioners, I'd like, if you could permit me, to express my condolences to the families and friends and communities and others, the victims of the horrific crimes that were committed April 18th and 19th of 2020. As a person who had a mass shooting down the street from where I live, where my children once played, I understand the corrosive nature of a mass shooting, lived through that. My sympathies are very much with Nova Scotians in what you experienced. The Coalition, just for those who don't know, the Coalition was founded in the wake of the 1989 Ecole Polytechnique massacre in Montreal, where a legal gun owner killed 14 women, injured 10 women and 4 men. As many people will know, the December 6th anniversary of the massacre is now a National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Surviving students and family members and victims of the Polytechnique massacre remain involved in the work of the Coalition, along with victims of other shootings. The Coalition is the leading voice of firearm control in Canada. It's also a globally recognized not-for-profit organization. The work of the Coalition is supported by 200 organizations that represent diverse interests, including victims, women, healthcare professionals, lawyers, religious communities, municipal governments, and law enforcement. Many of these organizations have expertise in the prevention of violence and suicide and represent groups disproportionately affected by firearms violence and hate crimes. Turning to the reason that you gave me leave to speak to you today, Commissioners, so that the issues of the firearms evidence that you received this week, I'm going to just give you a little bit of a roadmap on what I intend to do. I intend to outline some process issues in terms of where we're at and being able to respond about the firearms issues. I intend to identify the gaps in context which we believe require further investigation and inquiry, and then propose some witnesses to be examined by the Commission, and just respond briefly to the remarks that you've heard from the NFA and CCFR representatives. In our view, in short, the material that you received this week on firearms and firearms access do not together yet provide you a sufficient basis upon which you can make findings of fact and ground recommendations based on complete evidence. So we're going to outline how we think you might round out that evidence. But first, as I mentioned, I'll speak to the two process issues that are of concern to the coalition. Like Ms. Huffman, on behalf of her client, we too just want to put a placeholder for evidence that continues to unfold. We do believe that the evidence of Lisa Banfield in terms of her interviews with the Commission could provide further light on some of the issues that you're dealing with on firearms access and border control. The second issue is just in terms of our involvement and our ability to assist you in this process. As you know, we were permitted the ability to consult on the rules of this process. In your rules 52 and Rule 67, provided a basis by which witnesses were to be dealt with and set out a process that you might receive panels of expert witnesses. All of that, when we reviewed those rules, we felt aligned with past inquiries and allowed participants to participate by questioning witnesses. On April the 23rd, Commissioners, we received a notice to participants that outlined the process for roundtables. And in that process, that significantly curtailed the ability of participants to be involved in the questioning of witnesses. We understood that instead of questioning of witnesses, that this will now be a facilitated discussion. And the notice of participants provides that the specific facts of the mass casualty will not be discussed, and that there'll be, and this is quoting from the notice, no active role for participants' counsel. In our respectful submission, if you're calling witnesses, experts, or otherwise to participate in a roundtable, those participants in the roundtable are providing you with, become witnesses. You're going to rely on what they tell you, and your rules should apply to their testimony. And by that means, I mean the participants should be entitled to question them. And the reason that's important, Commissioners, is we all come having spent a great deal of time with our clients and learning from them about their expertise. And we want to be certain that when you have roundtables, that we're able to use that expertise to help you test the evidence in order for you to have the best evidentiary foundation. We very much want the Commission to succeed.
Sorry, Ms. Fraser, I just want to clarify, I think. So if any of the people who are going to be part of a roundtable are people that you would also think would be valuable to be heard from as a witness, then absolutely that that is something you would want to let us know. The roundtable process is intended to be a dialogue that we think will facilitate quite a bit of useful information if it's in a non-adversarial structure. So that's the intention with the roundtable, and certainly, as you know, participants have been invited to provide suggestions and questions and so on with respect to the roundtables themselves. But also some of the people who will be members of those roundtables will be heard from as independent witnesses, at which time you would be, of course, invited to as we've seen today, participate as counsel and question them and so on. It was just the intention to try to facilitate dialogue amongst people with particular expertise or knowledge in that format. So it's helpful, though, to hear that that doesn't, from your perspective, accord with how we're setting out our proceedings. And I'm very happy to take a look at how we're going about it, and appreciate the input. So I just wanted to clarify, though, that some of the folks will be, of course, witnesses that will be part of that process. And then if there are others that are on the schedule as part of a roundtable that you strongly feel would be of benefit to hear from in a witness format or as a witness panel, certainly, as you know, our rules do provide for that. So.
Yes, if I may respond, Commissioner Stanton, just briefly. I do have some experience with the roundtable process through various inquiries that I've been involved with, the very first of which was the gouge inquiry. And the process that you describe of experts having a discussion around a roundtable facilitated by, in my experience, it was Commission Counsel, but here I understand it will be a research team, is very valuable. But in the gouge inquiry, for example, we were permitted to ask questions relevant to our interest in those proceedings. It didn't take very long. Like, there were usually just a couple of minutes because Commission Counsel did such a good job of eliciting that evidence. And I have no expectation that that wouldn't happen here. But it allows us to do our job from our client's perspective. And I think the second point that I would respond to is that even though there's a discussion and that is coming out through a roundtable, that still forms the basis of evidence. Those, whether you're receiving that, you're going to rely on it, and that's a form of evidence. They're witnesses in a proceeding, no matter what form they're taking part, in my respectful submission. And I don't understand how, if you're going to rely on the evidence, that they wouldn't be considered to be witnesses. If you don't have any other questions for me, I would turn to the issues about gaps in context, which is the second point of my submissions. So on the legislation, the Dr. Brown's report, Dr. Brown's report on the history of gun control and the report that you received from the Bridges-Tober pair, in our respectful submission, misses a couple of, several key issues that I think we can assist with providing you with more support for, or perhaps your commission counsel can obtain this information. Dr. Brown's report, for example, doesn't make reference to key Canadian judgments in the jurisprudence which add to the history of firearms access. For example, the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Hasselwander found that Canadians do not have the right to bear arms, and that the licensing and possession of firearms is legitimately a highly regulated field. Also, for example, something that the Commission should have access to is the Supreme Court of Canada decision in the Reference Re Firearms Act of 2000, where the court addressed Parliament's constitutional authority to require holders of firearms to obtain and register their firearms. We think you should have before you, as part of your understanding of the legislation, information relating to the registry system that was in place when the RCMP, when complaints were received about the perpetrator's access to firearms. None of the material in Dr. Blake's report directly connects the issue of rural communities, firearms, and intimate partner violence. And it's the intersection of those issues that we think is essential for this commission to get the heart of. Further, none of the information that you've received speaks to the salutary effects of gun control legislation, in particular, setting community standards and impacting the culture of the community. On that issue of gun control legislation and impact, it's our submission that gun control legislation is very much a contribution or contributes to community standards. If you think about how we lived our lives before COVID came to our shores, we had very little control of COVID coming to our shores. We had control when COVID arrived, but we're very much living in an environment where we're subject to what's happening around the world, like we are with guns. And our leaders were faced with choices about how to respond to that, to let everybody fend for themselves, to let a virus go through long-term care homes, through communities, through schools, and took steps to prevent the virus from spreading until we could employ further protections and understand more about it. And very much that helped us change our behavior. Community standards changed. We took turns protecting each other. I come from Toronto right now. I wear my mask because I know I have to get back on a plane. I want to be able to, if I have to self-isolate, that's something that I do for the benefit of the community. And that's what Nova Scotians would expect of me as a visitor. So legislation has a role in setting the community standards. And similarly, in gun control, legislation has a role in defining for people where the boundaries are. And it may be that there will always be somebody who's unvaccinated, who doesn't have a mask, who doesn't care where they go, they can spread it. But there will always be one-offs. But gun control does have a role in setting community standards. We think that the material that you have received is also missing gaps on, or has some gaps on intimate partner violence. We know from research, firearms are part of a cycle of fear in domestic violence where women and family members and even pets may be threatened. This is true in rural communities as well. Women are differentially affected by firearms. They are far more likely to be shot and killed by their intimate partner than by a stranger. They are far less likely to use firearms, and they are far more likely to support gun laws. Tellingly, a poll conducted by Canada, across Canada, revealed, as one might expect, that while the vast majority of Canadians supported the registration of firearms, about 2/3 of gun owners opposed it. And that's not surprising, but what is surprising, that almost the same percentage of people living with a gun owner supported the legislation. We think that the Commission can learn from the Public Legal Education and Information Service of New Brunswick. They conducted a survey in 2008 entitled Exploring the Links, Firearms, Family Violence, and Animal Abuse in Rural Communities. They concluded that while firearms were accepted as necessary in rural communities, fear of firearms misuse can become a community concern affecting family, neighbors, and service providers who are too afraid to call the police when they witness abuse for fear of retaliation. And that when women do disclose firearms misuse to a service provider, often no one follows up. Finally, we think that there is a reasonable body of evidence that suggests that high-income jurisdictions with stronger firearms controls or with stronger controls on firearms tend to have lower rates of rates of firearms injury and death. And we'll try to provide you with that literature in the process going forward. So we hope that through our participation in the roundtables and providing you with evidence, we can supplement some of these gaps. But I also think I need to address you on a third point of witnesses that we believe should be called to round out the facts. Like Ms. Hutman, we share the concerns that many people knew the perpetrator had weapons, family, friends, neighbors, clinic workers. Many were concerned about them and their inappropriate use. The perpetrator seemed to make no secret of his weapons, but he did secret them away. It sounds, based on what you've heard, that he enjoyed showing them off, pointing a gun at somebody's head once, showing his secret compartments, perhaps as intimidation. It is a key concern that few people reported. We think it's important for you to understand the barriers to reporting. So first of all, for those who knew that he did not possess a license, did they know that they could report, and to whom? Did they have confidence in law enforcement and their response? Was the lack of action to Brenda Forbes's complaint, did that have an impact on other members of the community? If you recall, commissioners, on April 11th, Richard Ellison testified here, his transcripts as part of these proceedings. And of course, he is the father of Corey Ellison, who was shot and killed. And when he testified as part of a witness panel on the Onslow Fire Hall, he said, you know, when you talk about safe communities, well, you've got to, people like the perpetrator showing me those firearms that he had, illegal, it might as well have been after Christmas, showing me a pair of skates. He had no fear of the law whatsoever and what he did, and he got away with it until they caught up with him, almost like a Sunday drive type of thing. It's just unbelievable. And if you remember, at the end of that panel, you asked him if he had anything else to add, or he was asked if he had anything else to add. And speaking of his son and Lisa McCauley lying dead in Portapique, he said it never should have happened in this country. You know, people talk about frontline or safe communities. Well, how can they be safe when there's no laws to prevent what happened in Portapique and in Wentworth and at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade? It never should have happened. That's the whole, that's the bottom line right there. Not in Canada, not with the gun laws they have, but you see, they only apply to law-abiding citizens. You've got to get the criminals first, and there's your front line to keep your community safe and your children. And when he gave that evidence, I had many questions for him. What did he mean by that? Did he feel that? Did he think that? Did he feel police was ineffective? Was he aware of, for example, the perpetrator's friendship with Constable Wiley? Did that impede his thinking about law enforcement? I understand it's difficult in rural communities to report on known criminality, but that's a key part of what you have to do if you're going to make meaningful recommendations. It's what people knew, and without blame, why did they not report? What did they think they could report? These questions that I've asked. And so there's a myriad of family members or neighbors that you could call or interview on these specific questions. We are making a specific request that you call Constable Wiley to testify about his relationship with the perpetrator. In his interview, which is part of connected to the firearms report, he said that his relationship with the perpetrator, he felt contributed to community safety and community policing model. In his statement, he suggested this is something that he learned at Depot, that he was trained to connect with the community, and it appears to he have sustained this connection. But did this align with the RCMP's model of community policing to have one friendship in the community? Did he meet with others in the community? And did this friendly relationship with the perpetrator have an impact on the willingness of others in the community to report? So if Constable Wiley is regularly showing up at the perpetrator's house, do others in the neighborhood think that he somehow has a special relationship with the RCMP such that their complaint wouldn't be taken seriously? Hard to know, but it's important to hear this context. Similarly, we adopt the submissions of on behalf of Ms. Hupman and on behalf of Ms. Merrigan that Brenda Forbes' evidence is critical for you to hear from in terms of her experience. There's a clear dispute on what happened, and it's clear that she was one person who took steps to report the perpetrator. We also endorse hearing further information about border control. My friend, Mr. McClellan, on behalf of the number of families, drew your attention to the border control document, which was COM 28097, which is now an exhibit to this proceeding. I unfortunately didn't catch the number. You also have a statement from Lisa Banfield in your proceedings who said that the perpetrator had a Nexus card, and when he was stopped at the border, he complained to the border control people that he shouldn't be stopped, and that they apologized, and that it didn't seem to be a problem anymore. It didn't seem to be stopped. I think it's important for this commission to understand what the Canadian Border Services Agency knew, whether they actually had concerns about him being a high risk for smuggling and drugs. And we would ask that your council call someone from the agency so that they can explain their assessment of the risk the perpetrator posed. So those are my submissions on the issues of outstanding gaps in context and also on potential witnesses. If I could just comment briefly on what you heard from the CCFR and the NFA. I don't want to comment on their submissions and their argument. I only want to say that they have tendered before you 2 documents which they purport to be expert witness reports for you to rely on. There was a process for us to propose experts for your council and your commission to retain and commission reports from. We don't have a process for others to tender their own expert reports, although we've been invited to tender policy statements, and we've been invited to tender literature that would support the commission's work, and there's a process for that, I understand it. But I want to just comment that if you're going to receive expert reports, that first of all, these haven't been tested, and it's unlikely that there's a process for that. At least there doesn't appear to be a process for that yet. And to be cautious of those reports that have not been the subject of cross-examination. And we'll likely have more to say on that at the end of the phase 2 submissions. But I just wanted to highlight that because they were tendered without any statement of the experts' qualifications, any biases that the experts may have, or support for the work of the CCFR and the NFA in other proceedings. And so I just think it's important that I register that concern now while I have the opportunity. So subject to any questions that you may have, those are our submissions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That does conclude the submissions today from participants.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to participants for your submissions this afternoon. It's always helpful to hear from those of you we've been hearing from for a while, including those from Birchall McDougall, and from participants who have been following our work from afar and have not until today been speaking at proceedings. So it's good to have you here and here virtually, and to hear from you on the issues that are so engaging for you. And just to reiterate, the foundational documents are not the final word. They are our current understanding as of the date that they've been circulated. And as Ms. Hepman said, the door isn't closed on information. And as we go along, we are keen to continue to deepen our understanding and our knowledge of the factual foundation and the issues that arise from them and that are required of us to explore in our mandate. We, of course, want to thank Corps Sergeant Major Alan McCambridge for being available here today, and for council to assist us with his evidence to help us better understand matters on the uniform matters. And thanks, of course, to members of the public and media for your continuing engagement. Tomorrow we'll hear from a number of witnesses. Constables Terry Brown and Dave Melanson will provide additional context around the events at the Onslow Fire Brigade Hall on April 19th, 2020. We'll also hear from Constable Ian Fahey surrounding what happened at Plains Road on April 19th and his initial observations of the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser, as well as Constable Dwayne Ivaney's attendance to Heather O'Brien on Plains Road and his encounter with Lisa Banfield. A reminder, you can continue to review the information shared to date during proceedings on our website, which is where you'll find the foundational documents and source materials, the commissioned reports, the webcasts, the proceedings calendar, links to wellness supports, and much more information about the commission. So thanks so much, and we'll see you all again at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 5th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh, that failed terribly. They couldn't even come back. I was surprised, they should have been, going into that further. No, nothing. Silence. I suspect they're watching the channel, realizing that they're getting creamed. 0 votes, 0 votes. And that's just to say that Lisa Banfield was a victim. 0 from ladies, to which there are a few that watch this channel. I hope they're going to vote in the comments section too. Hopefully they won't fill it with porn comments. CSE, that's federally foul. Nobody wants your porn. Psychological warfare. You see how that ends, right? It's always with that blah, blah, blah. That's part of the game. Part of the game, right? Oh, we love you. We're sorry. Thank you for participating. Even though you can't really participate, we're your friends. Yeah. Oh, okay. It appears that way, don't you know? Hey, you use their very functional, as always on our website. You use that, or don't you? Very functional. How about that relativity? Where's that at? Titanshire? Where's that at? Oh, for families? Do they get that too? Oh, right. Yeah. Oops. Maybe it was all the article that I was flashing about the sexual abuse, harassment. I've covered that some in the past. Oh my, RCMP? Yeah, that's why you pick Linda and friends. What was it? They're non-governmental. Blah blah. Well, we can't really attack institutions of the government. It's just those crazy men. What are you talking about, man? You didn't even treat a potential suspect, as a potential suspect from the word go. Maybe Brown and Melanson care to answer to that one. I don't think so. I'm going to stuff 4 witnesses in tomorrow. Just kind of try and speed through that one. Nothing to see here. 4 very important witnesses that, funnily enough, if you were in a court case, each one of those witnesses would have multiple days devoted to them. And that's with one plaintiff. You've got representation for, I'm not sure, but I'm going to hazard to say more than 20. That would take a long time to go through. Do they even get to ask questions? Probably not. Let's see. What day will be out here? Witnesses. Tomorrow. Witnesses. At the Hilton. Hope dinner's good. Love paying for it. Terry Brown, Melanson, to provide context. Go to context. The psychobabble. Feeling material gaps. That means big holes. Try to patchwork, fix it best they can. I wonder how much rehearsing's going on over there. Constable Ian Fahey, context, fill in material gaps. It's a work in progress. What did she say? What did she end it with? I think I typed it out. It's not our final word. Not our final word. We're still working here. It's only been 2 years. We can't do anything. I feel sad for these people because, obviously, we can see through this. Obviously, these people are very intelligent, but they want you to believe that they're dumb. That's sad to go to that low. Oh, well, we're just really, we can't. Don't pick on me. Ivani to provide context and fill in material gaps. Right. Oh, I see. We won't have any questions from Terry Brown and Melanson regarding Lisa Banfield, I guess, because they're just going to talk about Onslow. Not that Onslow isn't a huge event. How about that they're at almost every crime scene? How about they're at the big stop there at the end? How about they question Lisa? How about they question Leon? And then proceed to go and open fire on the fire hall and, frankly, driving distance between Shubenacadie and... Anyway, moving along. We have a GPS record yet for them? Or is that just absent? All right. Not that they had member phones. Not that they, I believe, stated that. Of course, celebrate. Celebrate. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. Just pulls all the data. Everything. Transparent. I think that all the Celebrate records would be available too. Don't care to see your personal messages with your girlfriends or wives or whatever else is going on there. Not care. But love to see the data on that. I'm sure families would love to know. Proven that they have GPS records for everybody, everywhere. Not just GPS records, but yeah, what was that? Oh, everything. You know, they use that Fandangle program already. So where's all the rest of it? Oh, I guess it's just selective. Oh, boo. I think Brown and Melanson are down there when this is all going on. Isn't somebody's got a photograph, I think. The car sitting in the back by the trucks. I don't think they like the references to all the lawsuits that the RCMP are facing because their organization is a serial sexual abuser. Oops. Doesn't really care about women. Not sure why they have a woman, a lady standing up there and going on about that. And equally, in the same vein, great. Why don't you ask them about the RCMP and all of their skeletons? They got lots. I think I have a file somewhere on all the many cases. Blundell. Is it Blundell here in Calgary? Oh, that one's pretty snazzy. Are you guys familiar with Blundell? Blundell. Oh, probably should have lost his job. Oof. Ooh. And he ran the Mr. Big stuff. He was very high in the Mr. Big stuff. Oh, and he had people step in. Supers. Ooh. Ian Atkins asked to conduct internal review on how the cases involving the 4 women who were alleged that they sexually harassed were handled by the RCMP. No, Ian came in. Ouch. Got a serious problem. Stop throwing stones. Trying to tell everybody something else is there. Probably. You're just trying to deflect from real badges, real cars. Okay. I'll end on that note. Was he an undercover cop? Who? Blundell? Oh, you can read up on. I'm not going to go into all that. I've gone into some of that in the past. Just put RCMP sexual harassment in. Even the commissioner, puppet master in the background. He did his little cry fest. That was a fail. A lot of women have been hurt in the RCMP. Very sad. Secrecy. Oh, you just, hey, don't be opening beer. that makes you a wife beater. Ouch. All right. I should probably wrap it up on that because Dean Blundell? I don't know who Dean Blundell is. James, can you put up latest MCC document number, please? Was that the one that, where were we at? Somewhere it's in here. Oh, is it that one? Where did it go? Okay, one moment. Somewhere I had it here. F11. Okay, so I believe it is this number. Thank you, oh dear. Now I have to go to the site and grab it. Big stop, big problems. Please have a dig. All those little files, all those little GPS things, all those. The logs are a real problem. The radio logs. They tried to come out with some kind of letter explaining balls yesterday, which was written back in March. Strange. Com 0017 5. Is that it? Enfield Big Stop. So we'll grab that probably before it might disappear. Any kind of information you learn on the Big Stop. I'm particularly interested in the Big Stop because I think it's a thread. Obviously, I'm interested in everything, but I think it's a thread. The Big Stop. Has 4,000 internal assault, sexual assault harassment claims on the back burner. Well, that's because they drowned the ATIP requests. They cut the staff, for when women and not just women, but men too, who have problems. Let's see, ATIP staff cuts RCMP. Sitting there and like, I know somebody's yelling at the screen right now because they have all these documents always right at hand. They cut their own budgets just so that people can't get at their own personal information. That makes sense. Because there's no sexual problem over there. They respect and love women. Okay. You have a fantastic day. The rest of the day. It's cloudy here. It was so beautiful this morning. Oh well. Wednesday. Oh, that's interesting. I was going to go to the ranch today because I thought I had read that Wednesday might have been a day off, and I was going to go to the ranch with my girlfriend, and it was going to be like a very nice day. Certainly doesn't look like it turned out that way. So perhaps that was fortuitous. Maybe this weekend. I'd like to get away. Do take care. God bless you all. God bless the 23. So got to keep strong. And thank you ever so much, as always, to everybody in the Discord and all of you. Very important. I can't do this without you sharing and bringing more attention. God bless you all. God bless the 23.